Okay, welcome to the stream properly, everyone. Yeah, I'm hoping that Settlers of Kalguur will be awesome too. So, the stream is going to start in a few minutes for them, and we'll be going over basically whatever the hell they're doing and talking about it here, since there's like 50,000 people in the official chat, and you won't actually be able to have a conversation there. So, this would be a nicer place to have a conversation. Hey, Ron! One more thing, though, I want to go over really quickly before their stream starts, and we are doing the restreaming. So, this is my first stream as an affiliate. Thank you all so much. To all my followers, to all my subscribers on YouTube, to everyone who has helped me and contributed to me in any way, whether it be a like, a comment, a view, just enjoying the content. Thank you. I sincerely mean that. It is so exciting to finally be an affiliate. Now we can have subscribers, and we can have bits, and we can have channel emotes, and we can have VIPs, and there's a whole ton of other shit that I don't even know what it is yet. Like, it's just like this bombarding of information, basically, as soon as you become an affiliate, and a bunch of shit opens up. I just finished configuring everything right before the stream, because that's exactly what was... Because I was planning to stream at the normal time in an hour and a half from now. But we're here, because I forgot that the reveal stream was today. I'm not very good at that. I'll be honest, I usually don't watch the reveal stream. I'm the type who usually likes to pore over the patch notes once they've been released. So this is actually going to be kind of a first for me. Like, I've tuned in before to a reveal stream, like, for a little while, but never, like, actually watched it in full or even been there for the start. So, I'm kind of excited. And I want to talk to y'all all about it. I guess that's kind of the difference between being just an average player and being a streamer. Oh, wow. No, this is not Boat League. There is no Boat League, there is no fishing. They will never make that a thing because it is a meme. It is set as a meme now, and that will not change. Just because it is a meme. I appreciate that all of you are coming here to join me for this, though, so... yeah. I look forward to looking at it with y'all, and I hope to discuss some of the finer points. And we will see how that goes. After the stream, we might do some gameplay. We'll see. I don't know how long the reveal streams usually go for, but we will see what happens there. And we'll keep leveling our volcanic fissure.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of pathofexile Settlers of Kalguur, which launches next week on July 26th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment. In today's stream,
Twitch drops
we'll
on the
take
stream.
you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalguur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics, its
currency
new
trade market
systems, a new trade market system for currency,
trade market
balance improvements, including 2 ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some further additions to the campaign, and some quality of life features. We'll then talk about our console-native port releases and the features that come alongside them. Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Pathofixile's game director, Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
Oh my
I'll
god.
hand over to Mark now to introduce the new
Oh my
league.
god. Are they actually going to make an easy way for us to trade currency?
I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur.
By the way, if you can't hear them over me or me over them or anything like that, please say so in chat and I will adjust the volumes. Because I don't really know how to what volume to keep this at. Yeah. Okay, I'll shut up.
Raycroft is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet... welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Raycroft has ever seen.
Are we building a city?
We'll need resources. And savvy planning.
Oh my god, Boat League!
Soon we'll attract settlers,
I thought that was a joke!
craftsmen, fortune seekers,
Oh, that
and of course,
looked like
pirates.
crucible crafting.
But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold.
Wait, what?
We hope
Yeah.
to achieve the impossible.
It might be Settlers of Catan,
We
like,
hope
from the looks
to
of it.
build a home.
I'm either going to really like this or really not like this. I feel like I'm going to be very polarized. Wait, what? Oh my god, that's a that is an auction house for currency. 100%. That's what that is. Oh my god. A real auction house. Fuck
In
all
Path
of the
Exile
price
Settlers of
fixers.
Kalguur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguuran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but
Heist!
are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself.
That was Faustus and one of the
You
other
will
heist
first
people.
encounter Johan, the King's Hand and Lion Eye's Watch.
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalguur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalguur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalguurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach.
Oh my god, there's
Or
actual
perhaps
gold.
orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it. Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable.
Ooh, Mirror of
If you're
Calandra
lucky,
League
you
stuff.
might find verisium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes.
Harvest League.
Once you defeat these monsters, the
Or Delve
deposit will
League?
automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is of course a trade expedition and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalguurans have hired, must be paid in cold hard gold, which you'll notice is now dropping throughout Rayclast. You will have control about who gets hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rolf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has
Helps
a
if they're
specialty
alive.
in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use.
Okay, so they're in the Delve.
Oh, we've found a vein of orichalcum ore. It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine. The shrine buffs the demons, giving them power, but once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work. Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After
I
you
was
have
in
tagged the
maps.
mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in King's March to equip them with advanced pickaxes. Alright, Some time has passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options, we just need to decide where to start. I think we'll start with the tavern, the beating heart of King's March. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining. You will eventually need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars. Then we have the disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time. The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust, a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later.
So more reason to pick up uniques,
And
probably.
of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming, where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. The wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalguur.
This is very 4X.
Eventually, you can build a harbour and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguuran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for.
Is this the first time we've seen a full map of
And
raid
you'll
class
want
in
to
other
get onto
areas?
this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this. This. Or even this.
Experimental bases, scarabs.
Today, we're going to trade with Kalguur. You'll notice that as we send more resources, this risk meter creeps up. Much like the dangers on the shores of Wrecklast, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going, and we'll continue exploring Wrecklast while we wait for its return.
Oh, I wonder if you'll be able to
This
hire
is
some of the
first
rogue
pathofexile
exiles.
league that experiments with true, real-time mechanics. You can send out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the league work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to. When your shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our
Hope you
shipment
don't have to
returned
babysit
safely,
your people.
So let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards, perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future.
Ooh.
Aside from shipping, the Kalguurans are big on their technology. They have hired Isla, a familiar face from the Heist League. She is an engineer who the Kalguurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguuran modified map devices. You can then put a queue of maps into them.
Oh.
If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another. Look,
Oh.
more delegation. Once again, you'll be
Reduce your
notified
extra
when the
maps.
rewards are ready to be collected. You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time.
Please tell me we can shift
Be
click
careful
them.
though. The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing. Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like. Consider the difficulty too. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips. Let's talk about crafting services.
Thing's funny, but just a
You should
whole ass
definitely
town.
consider building a runesmithing
Raise.
table. This is operated by Danig himself, using powerful Kalguur blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments.
Oh god, more currency.
Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces.
Ooh.
There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes, ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult. The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalguur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalguuran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination. Isla is trying to master this. She just needs you to help her with getting resources. The system isn't as strong as it used to be, but it still allows you to combine two items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
Ooh. Sexy.
Between running a town,
yeah, probably the
shipping,
0%
and exploring, you'll
chance
be
of death
collecting a
maps.
lot of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for two huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test. Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back. The higher level you are, the more expensive it gets.
What about Robes of Regret?
And the next one is absolutely massive. A currency trade market. The Kalguurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of price fixes and people who never respond.
Thank God!
All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you
My
have,
God!
and your ideal ratio.
Oh my God.
It's kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less.
Oh, they did what I was talking about. They added a sales tax made of gold.
Faustus does the dirty work.
I was talking about it like a few streams ago.
Currency is ready for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time. Cards on the table. This is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases.
It does. Please don't take it away.
See how it goes. Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals,
Please tell me
also
we can
provides
access this
another
from, like,
service,
our
offering
hideout.
items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those elusive, specific in-game items, which perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards. It's worth noting that you can invite Faustus to your hideout.
Okay, thank you.
Available for respecking, currency exchange, and black market items.
I was so worried.
As your town grows, it will attract more attention, good and bad. Settlers of Kalguur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships.
Sell
You'll have to
stuff?
make some tough decisions. Will you take them on, or pay them off? One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident.
Fun.
Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for ransom. What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue your workers.
Oh my God,
If
stand
you're
in your
not up for
sigil
the
of power.
heroics, you might simply pay the
Not
ransom
outside
in
it.
gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing.
Oh
and you'll just
no!
leave them for dead, in true Ray class fashion. They knew what they were signing up for, right?
Oh
Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons.
no! Joe, Bill, and
These
Fred are
bosses can
dead.
drop new unique items.
There's a block, spells,
In
lucky,
sum,
socketed
Settlers of
elemental
Kalguur
gems
is a very
are triggered on block.
experimental league, with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game.
That was a trigger
We've
on
been
block with
sitting
the
on
same
a lot of these
cooldown
ideas
as
for a
the
while, and
Mjolnir
can't
hammer.
wait to share them with you. But there's a lot more to this expansion. Let's talk about balance. Well, we've finally rebalanced the Gladiator. It's been a long time coming. Like before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones. Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights. Further alongside the Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect.
20%
Of
instant
course,
leech
you
on
could
Claw.
just use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses.
Oh, holy shit,
Finally,
Varanastra would be
we have a new
amazing.
notable which allows you to invest in the newly added Retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that
counterattacks?
condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield. Or for those who like to dual wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating bosses. Here we have the Divine Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning
Okay,
bolts
they
to
literally
strike
just
the
renamed
ground
all the
in an
counterattack
X-shape around
things.
your
That's
target
each of
location,
them.
doing huge amounts of damage. And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree and a new support gem. You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the cooldowns, or just increase their damage.
Retaliation
The
for
world's your
bleeding
oyster.
with the Corrupting Cry stuff would actually be really
The
fun.
Gladiator wasn't
Corrupting
the
Cry
only
build.
ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking, with many of its passives commonly available elsewhere. We want our
Really?
Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful and ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider, rest in peace,
What?
and we've added a new class in its place, the Warden. This class is largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior of shock, enhancing
What?
freeze,
You apply
and
50
replacing
shocks?
ignite with Scorch. There's also a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Barkskin,
Oh,
which is a
Barkskin!
skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a great defensive choice.
Okay, so this will be a
Finally, the last thing
tanky
the Warden can
thing.
specialize in is tinctures. These are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics.
Mana burn?
Tinctures can be placed in your belt, replacing flasks. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use. While activated, they grant a powerful buff. They can drop as magic items, or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses. Here is a prismatic tincture. This one increases elemental damage by 100% while active. You'll notice it has two extra effects. One is that it applies mana burn every second. Mana burn is a debuff that builds up while tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana, losing more mana for each stack. Tinctures
Oh.
also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both mana burn and the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree.
So, like, increased
Players will
effect
want to maximize
utility
their tincture
flasks.
uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting to deal critical strikes. You might be wondering, with the removal of the Raider, where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone? we've added a Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Deadeye,
Oh.
replacing the Rupture passive skill.
Oh.
On top of Ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics. This time taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items. We don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points. If you want more detail later, you can read the patch notes, which will be dropped after the livestream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed.
What?
We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells.
I guess that's
Here
fair.
are some examples of the damage and costs before and after.
These are to not to put down
Heavy Strike
totems.
has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage.
It might be
It's
usable.
also worth noting it no longer knocks enemies back. And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20.
It might be usable.
These are just two examples, but the majority of melee
Oh,
skills
actually,
are
it's
now
fun.
dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20.
Huh.
Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options.
Oh, that's Heavy Strike. I was
New
wondering
burst
why it
types with
was...
higher defensive values
sad.
will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each.
Oh.
For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield. There are new base types that surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras, but overall, you're getting more defenses than before. On top of this, we have buffed life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body armors, and
Wow.
more on other slots too.
Get over 200 then on body armor in
Kaon's
total.
Heart has also finally been restored to its former glory and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum life.
But no increased fire
I mentioned
damage.
quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward for all builds.
That's a lot of fucking energy shield.
Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances.
Ooh.
You can now get 4%
Sexy.
per charge, alongside the existing 4% physical damage reduction.
Oh fuck, that's
To
actually really
compensate,
good.
We have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. You can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These of course can stack with
Oh.
the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges.
What was in its spot
On
then?
top of this, Duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers.
Ooh. Sexy.
Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage. Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore. All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree. The Keystone Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block. A number of life leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life.
I moved the
Khat
impale
has been reinstated to its
section
former
there,
glory
too.
for instant life leech.
Ooh.
Only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming more effective the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalguuran league, Ward has also received a bit of attention. There are new uniques that grant Ward, and the base restoration of Ward is now faster. To compensate,
Thank gosh.
Olroth's Resolve has been nerfed, but Ward loop builds will still be possible. Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones. There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree.
Ooh, nice. That's the problem with the Volcanic Strike build. Ooh,
Wands,
another aura node
daggers,
setup.
scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers. Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power. For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times.
That's probably good.
Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed.
What if they affected champion then if Impale's been buffed?
The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default.
Oh!
Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active.
Oh.
However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage is now multiplicative attack damage, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed.
Oh, max drop from 50 to 30.
You can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic.
Lose 10 a second?
Make Rage more powerful as a baseline, and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes. Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving, for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow.
That's probably
you can
for the
now achieve
best.
the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance.
That sounds simpler and nicer.
Rupture from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem.
Ooh!
We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds.
Ooh, that'll be good for the volcanic fissure.
Now, it's time to look at a hot topic, Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalguur expansion, we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items.
Oh!
This will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build.
Ventur's Gamble's gone
We
then.
still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots, and by a much larger number of builds.
Rarity has no value,
Gamble,
though.
you might ask? Here it is now. This is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done.
Fair.
I can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for melee, and we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this, it's going to be a ruckus.
I like the dead ancestral totem on the ground.
In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league.
That's fair, it is getting interesting.
3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalguur. First up, we are changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds,
Probably
but here's a
good.
few new ones. Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail. We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter. This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs and maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards.
A reason to actually do 10 ways.
Additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the endgame. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in tier 16 and 17 maps. This NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one for free.
Oh,
In
they
tier
just spawns
16
now.
maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas.
Oh, that's
Just
cool.
one caveat. You cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas.
Oh, so you can do the maps you
We've
like,
also made some
or the rewards
updates
you
to
like.
A couple of leagues. Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes,
Reopenable
and double
chests.
anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps.
Ooh, double anointed.
We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps. Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items,
Penance Mark!
you can
Penance
use to
Mark!
raise as specters,
They brought back Penance Mark!
and occasionally a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mists boss fight from the Affliction League. He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the league,
My Urkali's Fang build lives
but
again?
not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away.
That which was taken was pretty
However,
ridiculous.
he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League.
Oh!
In
The
tier 16 and tier 17 maps,
The Apprentice
you
Pact!
can now encounter the Wildwood.
The Apprentice
Also
Pact
from
is
the
now
Affliction League. In case
is
you
now
missed
the
it,
that which
Wildwood
was
is a
taken.
mysterious forest fraught with danger.
That's why they
In
removed
the
it.
darkness, you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon
Yay!
releasing them, they will empower the monsters in your map, promising more danger but more rewards. You may also find random sentinels on the ground at the
Sentinels!
start of your maps, from the Sentinel League. They work in a similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time of your choosing.
Oh, for
Upon
just that map!
activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards.
Oh, that's cool.
And here's one for those who like to live dangerously. You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalandra League. It has two outcomes.
Ooh.
It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values,
Yay!
or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing. Good luck! There's many other small
Interesting.
changes to League content. We're removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels.
Good.
We're also adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This
Ooh,
includes
good.
the Black Morrigan. In other news, we've added a set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses.
What the
While
fuck?
the Cartographer's Chisel still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity, pack size,
Ooh.
increased chance for currency items,
Ooh.
divination cards,
Ooh.
and scarabs.
Ooh.
It's also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps,
Yeah,
10%
we're bench
to yellow
crafts.
maps, and 5% to red maps and higher. Unique maps still require the full 20 chisels. Also, only one type of chisel can be applied to a map at a time.
That's probably for the best.
During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val Orbs.
Ooh.
Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark. The monsters in them now have substantially less life.
Thank
and
you!
damage, meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content.
Yeah, they definitely were,
Lastly,
like, way
we've
overtuned.
adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood.
Okay.
Overall,
Cool.
we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun, rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league. We've been hard at work improving the pathofexile
that's fair.
experience on consoles.
And console
With
now.
native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures...
Okay, I'm gonna mute it for a second, because no offense to people who play on console, but I don't think most people here care about console. Oh, at least I don't think any serious players care about console. Anyways, the Volcanic Fissure build. Oh my gosh. So I was relying on totems, which is going to be a problem. But they did say that they buffed the stuff up, so maybe it'll be easier. Buffed, like, the melee skills. So I'm kind of excited for that. I noticed that they killed off one of the nodes that I was intending to originally to use on the Corrupting Cry build. Or on Gladiator, so that's definitely not going to work, but... Oh, campaign improvements.
and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Kalguur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here.
The crafting recipe.
How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside?
That's from the
Blighted
Twilight
growths
Temple.
have appeared in the gardens and sewers of San. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically.
Thank gosh.
When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away.
Thank gosh.
We're adding static life bars to some bosses.
Thank
Not
gosh.
all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When
I didn't realize there was required
you can now
tiers
resurrect
for
without having to reactivate all your reservation
divination
effects,
cards.
like auras and heralds.
Thank you.
You can start harvest encounters with just a single action.
Thank you.
The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases.
Good.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
Yeah, it definitely will be nice not having to search the wiki up for that. I completely agree. And yeah, I do think with the new exerted attacks gem, it probably will make the volcanic fissure build a lot better. I am pretty excited for it because I do think that that's going to be really good for this coming league. Just Yeah, honestly, like, I'm really, really excited at this moment. I mean, to see that they would actually consider putting in something as valuable as a, oh, hold on.
Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect.
No, that's just supporter pack shit. I'm just really happy to see that they are going to be adding, a trade auction house-like thing. Like, that is so, so nice. They're gonna save us so much time. Things are not going to be as awful. You'll be able to list things, and then near the end of the league, you won't have to worry about not being able to buy anything for, like, at any decent price, because people will list things, and they'll just, like, not come back on. But the items will still be there, which will be nice. Also means you don't have to constantly be just, like, sitting online, waiting for people to trade with you. Which is really fucking good, because I constantly do that while I'm, like, editing and stuff, and it is annoying to, like, keep swapping back to it, like, okay, I guess I'm here. Sure. You have rower races?
The Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Penance back attachment equipped, a repentant soul is chained to your back and lashed with lightning.
Oh, I really, really hope that,
Face none other than the
I really hope that, they will, like, allow, like, automatic pickup of gold, or, yeah, there'd be better stack sizes for gold. Like, there's no good reason for one thing to drop multiple stacks of gold. Just combine them already. We already have that for other things. They can absolutely do that.
orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues. Blood stains your armor the more life you lose when wearing the Acolyte's Penance armor set. The Zealot's Madness portal effect fragments as you near it.
Okay.
The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues.
Cool. I mean, not gonna buy it, but
Exiled
cool.
Squire pets follow in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
No sweat for you, boss.
providing pessimistic commentary,
The cycle repeats.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kick the bucket.
Wow, we get pets that huckle us
These
now.
packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur. Meanwhile, the Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of
Tentacle
Settlers
Monster.
of Kalguur League. So now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so
Oh,
much
I want the
for your
Tentacle Monster
ongoing support.
device.
Now,
It would not
we
fit
have
my
one
hideout,
more
though.
thing to announce before getting into the Q&A. We are soon going to be running a small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2. We have been
Yay.
taking signups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com. We will only be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website and register your email address now.
I will be
We're
registering
just
for
about
that.
to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur's full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Settlers of Kalguur's release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to building our towns alongside you, trying new builds, slaying monsters, and exploring new in-game strategies next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Oh boy. That is a lot. That was a lot of information to absorb. I guess the most important things to me in this are just that they're buffing melee, they're buffing armor quality and weapon quality, they've removed totems and rolled the damage into melee, They added the fucking auction house, which is nice. They added a little town that you can build. Looks kind of interesting. I love the guy that follows the exile with a harmonica, kazoo, or accordion. That sounds amazing. Was constantly out of breath.
Some real whiplash from some huge announcements there. It just kept going. Like, you guys just kind of got in a room together and set up the whiteboard and put everything on there, huh?
End of the day, really, we have this much time, we have this many people who can do what we do, and we just keep going till the end. Like, it doesn't stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big. And I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, making a whole new game there, but we are only talking about Path of Exile 1
For
today,
sure.
And you gave it plenty of space to shine, and we've got returning leagues, we've got a whole new league with a lot going on.
Just going to pause this really quickly to say that that I am going to apply for the closed beta. If I get into it, I will stream it. Absolutely. And we will see if I'm allowed to stream it. So that is kind of my hope.
What gives?
It's very much not intentional. I suspect, and honestly, I honestly reckon if someone actually got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But we can only really prove that by testing it, and so maybe one day we'll get there. But until then, you're just going to there'll be boats, but you won't be on the boats. Maybe one day. We'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us. So, does this feel like to you guys? And I've seen this theory floated around a lot of a bit of a send-off league for Path of Exile 1, in a sense that we've got the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now.
I guess I don't really see it that way because, we intend to keep on making PoE1 leagues. We're going to, it really is just, the standard lead cycle, it is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But, that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE1 league or something like that, right? It's definitely not the case. We're going to be continuing.
Be very
to
upset
PoE1
with if it
leagues
was.
And, that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
People would riot.
Settlers of Kalguur, it adds gold, and I think we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first. So it's obviously using gold for its features, its progression with the workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange. Huge announcement there. So those that have been following Path of Exile 2 will be familiar with the concept of gold and why that's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like, gold needs to be something that is only, it's bound to the individual character, and that means what it effectively is a measure of how much actual play that you've done, right, since you can't trade it between players. And that means that it's actually ends up being a perfect currency to be able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with an automated system like that, because in order to be able to you can't just sit there flipping all day. You actually have to be able to go and play the game as well, and that's
to block
the kind of
bots.
crazy inflation that you can get with other automated, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs, or at least that's the theory. But the thing is that we have to test this stuff, and this is the reason why we're really keen to do it as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see, is it going to work? Is the economy going to go weird? What's going to happen? That way we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens. Test this, because the thing with this trade stuff is you really cannot test it, like in the office, right? Like it is simply we don't have thousands we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, we kind of need our community to see what happens with the economy to be able to test something like that, and that's just one of the few areas where that's like that. What we're hoping is that everything just goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in the core game as soon as we've done with that, ideally without too many tweaks, and then that'll be good. But we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in the user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay. The stuff we like doing.
For sure. That really helps. And as I said, like this system, it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before we ship PoE2 as well. It's really nice to to be able to do that. And we may be able to go further than this. The intention is to go further, and so this is effectively our first the first part. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if you're gonna know.
There is also one thing about this, and just because it maybe wasn't clear, is that despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game. You kill monsters, you play the game, you're getting gold. You don't actually need to engage with the league to use the gambling, use the respecking, or use the currency exchange. So despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more experimental with it and seeing how it goes, like if you don't like the league's mechanics, it's not like those are gated behind that as well. I just wanted to clarify that just in case anyone was thinking, I don't want to.
You can just invite,
which is really important,
out and then just use them for that, and and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that currency exchange, the item gambling and stuff is all like fully accessible, even if you basically don't do any of the other stuff.
For sure.
Which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in. Done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but that's generally the summary of it. And it doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element and all of that comes alongside it.
Yeah. So do you see it being something that's likely to stick around then, and that's kind of the intention?
That is certainly our intention. It's just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So it is certainly our intention to keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little safety net at being part of the league for you then. Safety rip.
Probabilities are high, and I suspect also no one's going to let us remove it, right? So let's be realistic here.
Yeah, no, we're not.
It would have to go horrifically wrong for everyone to be like, okay, you were right, don't do this.
We would roast your balls.
So there's also this gambling thing with Faustus where you can buy these un-ID'd items and actually look pretty powerful from what I saw. Like the items it was producing were like those really well rolled rares. What's the idea behind the gold-based gambles? Why is that a part of it?
Ultimately, it's a sink. You don't want gold to just be accumulated forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types.
Interrupt really quickly. So when they said they didn't have gold, they meant that they didn't have like a quintessential single currency that was always going to be the thing that people buy, trade, and sell, rather than like just having multiple different currency types. The Parandus coins were only useful really for the Parandus League. The Rogues markers are really only useful for the Rogues, for the Heist League. Like, I think that's more of what they were talking about.
That can generate. So the items by endgame.
It's not like WoW where gold is used for everything, and there is no other major currency.
Mentioning that, like, there's quite a lot of changes in this league around the idea of how can we make rares more viable than uniques. Like, quite a lot of the balance things are actually around this idea, and that extends to things like adding more base types higher up and so on to make it so that there's like that they can compete with uniques more. The higher tier life mods, all of this sort of stuff, and the gambling and the ability to get rares this way as well is like once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that and the reason why that's important is because if like Mark said in the video with the item quants problem as well, that was one of the other things that sort of meant that you had to be tied to specific uniques, like for sure. And so we just wanted to remove more of the barriers that allow people to just be able to use rares, and then that opens up for more different build types. Like if less uniques become mandatory. That's as I said, it's just another one of those things that kind of affects that.
So with that being an attractive expenditure of gold, how much do you want players to be able to trade currency freely between each other with this very fast and asynchronous currency exchange system? Like, obviously, gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you want any currency orb drop to be?
So for currency in particular, we're fine with like a very high amount of liquidity. Later on, we've talked about how in PoE2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for items as well. For that, we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself, like there is its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But that this is something that we don't want to. It certainly should feel like if you're just playing regularly, that you can get all the currency you want from the trade market and you don't feel restricted by the gold price. Like it's not intended to be something that a normal player would run into, assuming that they're just doing normal things with currency.
Of course, it is still meant to have high friction early
I
game.
like that.
Because you don't want
to demean the leveling experience and the new player experience where they think the right answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff away. You want it to be that you're more finding items there and getting things organically, and only later in the game does it become.
So the gold prices late in the game are like,
which is what I do to earn money early
game.
game.
Prices early in the game are a roadblock, so that's kind of preventing that early game kind of issue.
Yeah, because you want an ALC when you're leveling your first character to feel like an ALC.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to be like,
you don't
this
want
should
to
be chaos.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, okay. But that honestly sounds like a relief that you're not worried about that sort of thing too much, because that that kind of incentive to hoard currency and not spend it all while leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Right.
This feels like a bit of a momentous occasion. The currency.
It is. It's a very momentous occasion.
This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold and this system. Huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this was one of the key components that was part of like designing the league. It was largely like how we started from that point. Because again, when you ask most people in the office, most players in the office and outside the office, what is the like number one problem with Path of Exile? And what experience gives them the most negative reaction?
For sure,
it's often trade.
Yep.
And especially, and
100%.
I can't remember if it was last league or the league before. And I was trying to buy. What was I trying to buy on the currency? It was like one of the catalysts. I was like, okay, I just need a catalyst up my rings and ammy.
Oh man.
And you get 100 people on the trade website.
Yep.
I just went spam. I got 100 people. And guess how many replied? Zero people replied to me. Now I know you're meant to scroll down because
holy
all the
shit,
top people are just
he plays
bad
Path?
actors. And then it's like, okay, I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one replied. And then like so as I say on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so yes,
that's basically the experience.
Or was hopefully to be no longer soon the most frustrating experience you can have as a player at endgame.
It was something else.
And yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay, if this is the number one problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it? And so that's kind of it almost acted as the basis of how can we build something around that, because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with gold? And then we just extrapolated from there into all kinds of things. So yeah, I like that a lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just, as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. It's like how can we do both these things at the same time? And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this.
Thank you, because that's so important.
We do, and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually
it is so fucking awful sometimes.
I tried to in that live stream. I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, because it sucks.
Thing. And it was one of the things that ground me down last league that stopped me from enjoying as much as I could. So it's huge, and it really pairs in with like the Scarab changes and stuff recently as well. So we'll talk more about that later. But the currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Trading should not be
that's the
held.
word. So yeah, so obviously it can't work with things like maps and so on, because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything that where yeah, they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack.
Yep.
Is ultimately the goal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, use the existing trade.
So
system
almost
for the things
everything
that
in the
can't,
bulk
so that's like
section.
beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level. Things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade hopefully using the new way.
All right. But
div cards?
Yes, div cards are in
Okay.
there. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Anything that is stackable, that
There's just so many of them, that's all.
yeah, anything that's stackable and has no other variable. Yep.
Wow. And you were telling me that
Beasts
it
are still
will
going to be
list,
price fixed so fucking
the
hard.
13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
yeah, so this is the thing, because with this trade system, you can technically trade any item for any other item, because that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that people are trading this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say here's the most popular several things that people trade for the trade for the sin. It also shows you the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as okay, so we're getting into stock market terms here. But the first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say you can see what the how many things are available at a few different price levels, and that will allow you to to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market pretty soon.
Yep.
I guess we'll have
some people are going to love that.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing just to make sure people understand is this is still player to player trade. You don't know who you're trading with, and it will be instant if there's liquidity in the market, but it is coming from someone else's actual stash.
Yeah, it's a physical trade still.
Yeah. So just that's worth bearing, because some people, when they see the video, they're okay, it's just you're trading with the system somehow, or there's some kind of market thing where the system determines a price or something. No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do where you've got I'm buying this, I'm selling this, someone else has entered a trade on the other end of I'm selling this, I'm buying that. And the
prices are all set by players. It's not you guys
exactly.
setting that stuff.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent, or
I'm kind of sad that you still have to put
so
stuff in your stash.
When you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory first and then do it. So you can.
Yeah, buying beasts would be nice.
Because people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it is in their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a given currency in a single exchange. If you have that much. What else? There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe, control right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also, as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type into your stash. And,
oh my gosh, finally!
My 35-year-old
Holy shit, finally! We've needed that. Oh my god, finally! I was so upset when they added that for trade, but not to the stash. I was fucking so upset.
Being able to do other things that aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that.
Well, that's certainly the plan for PoE 2, and it would be nice to be able to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, I believe that we will get there, and that's certainly our intention. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's the intention. This part, I think though is solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time. You need that to be easy. So we figured that we needed to get this part out there first.
Yeah, historic for the first time ever. That's been we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Amazing. Perfect. All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist the temptation to go like full candle graphs and all
I
that
mean,
stuff?
I'm sure
I
at
bet
some
you wanted
point.
to.
I'm sure at some point this will start to happen. We'll have like community like websites of like all the technical
plugins.
indicators and like all that sort of stuff.
Mad money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, PoE Ninja's gonna go crazy
It
with
is worth
this.
noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a like currency market for dummies kind of thing. It's just goes over the basics and hopefully, it's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do, but it is pretty straightforward. You just, it can be easy to fare yourself out of buying or selling stuff because you may be like, I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still, so hence putting out a video to try and help people out, in terms of understanding when they're going into it, and we'll see how it goes.
Mate, I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter. Can't wait.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently. Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalguur, how did this very cozy concept for the Settlers come about of this town building thing?
Well, I know what you pitched me on first was Pal World League. That was the first pitch I got.
I remember your initial response, I think, was, hold on, that could mean many things.
Cute.
Does that mean we have guns? And I was like, well, maybe.
Like Pokemon things.
So it kind of like it moved around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause, I mean, the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of like, it had like way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. Like it was pretty crazy. And so
there was a more complicated version,
a more sort of like PoE applicable like way. That was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
it was coming from, again, the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems. And I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was like, well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each. And then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start. And we ended up just refining it down to like, here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalguur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that it's like, well, one thing that takes a long time in development, like a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be like, well, we've got all this art from this other game here.
Andy?
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalguur making a settlement on Rayclast. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the stuff like we're like, it would be quite nice to do that. That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, like we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2, might as well connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline of PoE 1. So this is a new.
We're getting a cool world map.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, expedition. But like in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that. We've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have, to do that sort of stuff.
But yeah, it is very,
I imagine
very
their actual
rare for
world's
us
much
to
bigger than they've shown us.
To talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've never really heard too much about it. Right?
Well, it's not just like, here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
the Star Wars planets,
So
all just one thing.
What we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like it's just land everywhere.
Confirmed.
Damn,
right?
that was a good. I could have used that as an excuse for no Boat League, was to have it.
there's no
aside
room
from
for
this
the
little
boats
bit
to
of
go.
water,
Yeah,
there's just
yeah.
land. The rest of it,
Yeah, you've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of This is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like, and that's not a new concept. The idea of like a league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression. But this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their Atlas, but they're getting golden resources and progressing this whole other thing.
I mean, for sure, but I will mention that, like, I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So like that is definitely like content there as well. It's just that like it's kind of not as easy to show. Like we kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff, but yeah, those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well, and that's kind of like. I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in Maps then?
Yeah. So you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum, so it's 1 to 2. And there are 5 different outcomes, kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5 and so you can find different minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is like iron that's overrun with like corruption. So you have these 3, 2 to 5, as it goes up as you go through the game, of these kind of growth spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you noticed it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old you had the old like shock, well, you got the shock nova and firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything. The
wonder how that will go with the double shrine
amber.
Effect.
Which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters. It's not very difficult. Like, none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The 4th is Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. And they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rare and magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the Bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
a bit Wildwood
the mods come with.
It?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
You'd be wasting all of your time. However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though magic finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now, because you don't have to wear crappy gear.
Well, sure.
Yeah, no, it's looking really good.
Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person, because obviously you can find I believe you can find 2 of them in an area, and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like losing and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Kalguurans love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like... interact with this rock, and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them and You get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time, and so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously, it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there and all that. It's just, here's your encounter. And then, of course, there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's in-game, very much in-game. Quite difficult, and he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also, again, can drop a unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also, like on top of all that stuff. But as I said, it wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video. So I guess that was something that people, like that's your kind of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing, that you know, that's in area. In the league.
And you've got the bosses like attacking your town and boats.
There's a couple
and
other things
too.
like that. So yeah, there's kind of other things. So there's actually a lot going on with that, that more so than what was kind of explained.
But all that to say, there's a lot of words to say.
Does sound like it.
Seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
For sure.
Fight monster in circle.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, it's 2, 3, 5.
Good old
So
fight
yeah,
monster
4
in circle.
encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Those are
classics.
everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle league.
Yes, yes, of course.
Good.
Yeah.
It all comes back to that.
It is expected.
That's not
And
too
again,
bad.
you can. There's no real harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction, so being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to, like, and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to set you back that far.
Yes, this is very much a take it at your own leisure.
100%, 100%,
And
yes.
That touches on the next question, and the one that when I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about, is the somewhat controversial
Real
area
time.
of game design,
Real
timers,
time.
right?
Yep.
So
Sure.
we worried that this would give people ick because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean. And like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like, what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league, that was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack
Which timers?
a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check on anything, right? Like you
That was
can
my concern,
you can
yeah.
you can
That's
queue
good.
days of work and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've done all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just
but-
log in when you
that's
normally log
interesting.
in. You're
It
not,
also
like, getting
doesn't
up in the
mean
middle
it's
of the
so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying.
check it all the
And
time.
then anything too long feels like a mobile game.
Right.
Right? So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think, I will note, like I'm going to say some times, but it is like highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can.
And a lot will probably
but you
change
can also
next couple
have them
weeks.
take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, like and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However,
Okay.
like
Risk more with your schedule.
we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Kalguur. That's the one that has the longest distance, or the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest. And I currently believe it's like, towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this. Aside from the
seems
fact it's
healthy.
also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some AFK town. At the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this: killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot, such that if you are playing, it's not highly annoying, and also not like I never get my rewards. Like it's going to be pretty bad if you're like I'm level let's say you're in Act 1
I agree,
and you
C4. I
unlock
think
your
it's
shipping,
good.
and you send your shipping.
Yeah,
and
Pyro,
you're
that'd be
like,
really fun.
Okay,
I
I'm
like
not going to get
combining
that back
leagues,
till I'm
that's
level
cool.
80. You know,
And also healthy for the bloat.
Yeah, that's
Recurring
that's
item.
just terrible, right? So, yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well for things like that, and then there are longer turnarounds when you're willing to spend that time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port and then one to a close port, so you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now I did note
I hope
in the
you can
live stream
hire
the
Rogue
timer on the
Exiles
mining was
as your
before
map
we had
runners.
done
That'd be
any
kinda cool.
iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore. That was just a straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, yeah, like as I was saying with the queues, like, okay, you can just put as many, like when you find resources and there's that sort of mining queue, it's not like you have to like manually reassign your things every time. Like they just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, yeah, you're not having to come back every, like, you know, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking, you know, put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid.
God, that
it
would
should be
suck.
that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, like that is our
I
design
appreciate they're
intent,
doing
and
that.
so if that's not, you know, like we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, you know, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's like you get to come back to rewards and and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right?
For sure.
We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre. But I was definitely concerned about that idea that would have to, you know, I feel like if I didn't get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my workers.
Right.
But you don't have. It just does.
It just does it.
Well, yeah, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to skip
association.
any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally.
Yes.
loved,
Oh
and,
my gosh.
Part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand. The concept of a timer is scary to start with, but I'm also on the other hand not going to, you know, sit here about
Being able to buy currency without having to worry about fucking stupid people and price fixes and all that stuff, it will take so much less of our time. It will be so much better, and I cannot wait for it. And I will have to interrupt my stream less too, which is great.
the timers are tilted one way or another. We have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, you know, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new for damn sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'd say I'm more on definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good. Yeah.
I think there's going to be enough people in the market now that we're not going to have to worry about currency hoarding and then dumping it on us. Like, I don't think that's going to be a big concern because of how many more people are going to be trading now.
Again, can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve. And because ultimately, I believe that makes the best game possible for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things. That's all even online versus offline.
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're you don't have to stay logged in, online to speed things up.
No.
Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, which is obviously if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online, right? So it can stop it. It isn't something that happens ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. You can.
I don't really think flipping is going to be too much of an issue because everything will just get bought immediately. So there'll be a couple people who flip things, but generally the prices will all go up to the maximum amount you could pay before you make a profit, and then it's just going to sit there, and people aren't going to be able to make the profits that would require them to buy up everything. So that won't really be much of an issue, I don't think.
So your mods.
Yep. Gold. So gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it. If you can't trade it, then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously. With obviously the new enhanced item pickup radius, and
I think the main thing is that the prices are going to sit at a particular level, and you just will not be able to get deals as often. It will just be, this is the price of the thing, and you either buy it at the price, or you don't buy it at the price. And it's just going to be that. There'll be no, like, finding, like, a great deal and saving a bit of money on that, I don't think. I think that's going to be more of something you'll be needing to do with more variable items, like rares and maps and stuff.
And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? Like, how much work is getting 3 pages of Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is, instead of, because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that, like, instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting better currency instead of more, just so it's less of that.
Alts roll up into chaos and whatnot.
Yeah, if you save
that's
up,
really
like,
nice.
you can just be like, I'm just going to play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can, and send a shipment that's, like, maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there, because you don't want to lose that shipment, I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. Like, you'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean? Like, you will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
But yes, we are trying to not. Obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting, like, 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and ideally the quality of the items get better as you send more, as opposed to just the quantity. Yeah.
And the amounts that you get will change over time as they adjust things, keep in mind.
When's that getting paid? Like, do you get overdrafted account fees? Like, what are we doing with here?
So you have to take so you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold into the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not, like, just randomly losing your gold, that you're like, okay, I'm going to get to 60,000 so I can buy these items. And all of a sudden it's just like draining it, and you, like, can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you hit add, drag, set an amount, hit add, it goes there. And yeah, they are just continuously drained from that. So it's not like it doesn't really come in chunks. It's like continuously going.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or?
Not in Rayclast, no.
No worker protection in Rayclast.
All of a sudden you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits, and, like, arranging. You're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and you had that abandon option also, because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much.
God, we don't need union busting in Rayclast.
We're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team, but they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the mines. So
Oh God, I really hope it's account locked and not character locked. That'd be really fucking stupid.
Running teams auto simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they, like, actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, like, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
If it's per character, that is going to really fucking suck.
Here's what you'd have. And then you have, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because, like, what if it's like you like get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but yes, you do get it back. So if you send them to, I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now we can too.
Whatever one drops Mage Blood, if you put that base type in, the Mage Blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. of course, generally
Oh,
people
yeah.
like running that themselves. So,
And you're telling me that, like, if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you.
yep, if you put in a Hydra map and they clear it
what?
successfully, it's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through like 50% of it and die because you put the map in as too hard.
Yeah,
You'll
are
get
they
50% of the
burning
items.
6 portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. Some of the, if you're not sending elite people, yeah, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality
Yeah.
of map runners just as there
Or,
is in PoE-Necropolis players.
if you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I've tried mining the monsters and I
Dying
failed.
on the first pack.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a
Hit
map
with
of
pickaxe,
5
hit with
delirium
pickaxe.
orbs, they'll probably all die. But if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some
Yeah.
delirium
Yeah, so-
rewards. Like,
I was actually just like wondering that when they brought up with the banners not having reservation, because that was one of the draws of that champion note, is that your banners had no reservation and you could have more than one.
T17 with, whatever else is bloody on it. I mean, or
All
16.
right.
I mean, they'll probably, they might get, sometimes you actually...
I really
like,
look forward to reading the
It's
patch
not
notes.
mistake proof. You can put it in and it can be like they have a 1% chance of, 1% of the map will be
Good luck,
cleared.
guys.
And you put it in and you see the timer count down like 2 seconds and then they fail. And you're like, oh, they just
6
died.
portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Damn, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't.
Don't
actually
murder
permanently
everyone.
Die. That can happen, and you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sync
Oh,
on that. So you are
permadeath
constantly
for your
trying to
workers.
find more, but
Interesting.
it doesn't happen that often. And again,
Excellent.
it is mostly avoidable by playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind.
I probably
love
will
the
do a
idea
full
we can just
patch note
have, like,
video.
a bunch of plebs now to farm our fragments.
That
for
is-
it, so
that
we
is
can
my
focus on
style.
bossing, like kings while they do the peasant work in fields. Crazy. How did you resist the temptation to not go super hard on this and let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters?
Well,
and
like early on, there was all sorts of there was all sorts of stuff like that we were talking about. It was like we were going full mercenary system with all sorts of stuff for a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So we decided not to in the end. But the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
So this massive expansion.
Auto running maps. Is a very
This is
interesting
actually the
idea.
downscoped version.
I'm getting that sense.
We certainly had
The patch notes will be
mercenaries,
ridiculous,
in the
yes.
first concept, and it was like you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's like
it was just too much though. It was
it was
too
out
much
of control.
management, too much
Yeah. They're gonna have their work cut out for them.
different.
But they do
much better
everything.
Different
games.
X problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like this.
Thankfully,
auto
they are
exile thing.
Usually, the work is split amongst a bunch of
Exile
people.
team
'cause
manager,
it's like
kind
a
of
community
sports manager
build.
game. Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Not just one person.
Maybe for the future.
maybe.
All right.
I think anyone can
So
contribute, really.
yeah, that features list, that video just kept going. You guys also showed rune smithing, which is like a new take on bench crafting, but as enchantments. These rune.
I always
nodes,
wanna
are
make
they
20 different
all known
builds.
recipes, or is there some discovery process there?
So you start with a few available. So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power rune. There's all these different names, and you start, I believe. You start with all the ones that require only sun runes, and then once you get a life rune, you can take it to Danig, and he's like, "Oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune."
Oh,
and then
he's
so
doing
on.
the hard work.
So I mean, he's
Nice.
the Kalguur.
I will
are
also
the
make
ones
20
who
different
know
builds,
how to
I'm
do
sure.
it. You're just bringing them
good.
the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on
Yeah, Fire
one hand or
Mjolnir.
two-hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the
exciting.
basic outcomes, you can apply that to any weapon, but with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes. And each thing
Okay,
goes on
interesting.
specifically one weapon, and it allows you to do is take. So we've taken an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on some dagger or something like that.
New builds. Cool.
Change
Yeah, and they
what
get
I'm
pretty
using for my
powerful
weapon.
as far as I think there's one that is
The volcanic fissure build.
100. You can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's freaking every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a
haunted.
rotating shrine
That's
buff
fun.
one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you can just be like, I'm just gonna sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the
Tier
boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require
Okay,
the-
they
the
definitely are
highest
gonna have
tier
some
runes, which
pretty
we
strict
expect to be
balance or
very,
whatever the hell that
expensive.
is.
So
yeah,
are
there's
these
some-
something
There's
you
no way
can trade
no
them
way
in
they'll just
player?
give
Yeah,
that.
100%, 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come. Well, primarily all come from shipping.
Yep.
Which you can do pretty early in the game. But I suspect late game, and then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like if you trade to the Kalguurans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah, do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just
Yeah.
so people can figure it out. Now, it isn't. It is. There's some determinism, and then some that's just influenced. So, like, I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some
Okay.
general influence. But we want people to figure that out and experiment and
Yeah,
make up their
alright.
mind as to what they think is the best combinations to
So
send
certain
to different
locations,
ports.
certain resources
Yep.
are going to give certain
Interesting.
rewards back that players can learn.
And there are bonuses on
That's
the port.
exciting.
So, like, you, I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat. Or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order,
Cool.
so after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 vericium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the thaumaturgic dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so you know, it's almost like a
key.
meta reward mechanic in
Yeah.
that regard.
And that's from grinding up your gear in the gear grinder thing.
it's
That's
from-
also another feature
yes.
that was in there.
So many fun builds to make.
And yep, you get a lot more.
I'm
dust
waiting to
for
see what the patch notes
destroy-
are
so,
before I make any
just to add some
decisions.
value to some one Chaos T0 uniques. Disenchant them because they will give you the most. They will give you the most
so
dust.
rarity is the key there. So
Generally it's like better items give you more, so 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity, higher.
you guys
rarity
like adding
uniques and
sneaky new
whatnot.
item sinks, don't you? I like that,
Your grinder.
Trying to get
Sure.
those 1C items to 2C.
For sure.
I mean, it just it turns garbage items into good items is the
Yeah.
idea, or
Or
into
into
more
dust.
tickets at good items. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but the point being, the dust is the ticket
Yeah.
at better items. You know, yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. So
I mean, that's
another
pretty
thing,
nice, but you really don't
recombination
pick up
returns from
many
Sentinel.
rare items, so I don't know.
It was mentioned that it's not going to be as
how that's
strong as
gonna
it
work.
was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
There's two things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all worked, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with
Yep.
it. That's all gone. It just
So it's
combines the items and that's what
Straightforward,
it does.
the items
Yeah.
together. So is
Yeah.
there like the unique extra mechanic like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is
No,
that gone?
no, those are gone.
Simplifying systems is always good.
And so it is just merged 2 items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know
Oh,
that's going to
yeah.
be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with
Interesting.
because the gold cost is based on the item.
Oh
level
yeah,
of the
random
item
influenced
input.
item. That is a
So
good
you can have
idea.
it be very, very cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I like that scalability that you can use it early.
Or even like
I hope
early
they aren't
maps,
going
you know,
to
something
change
feel
the
super
gold cost
punishing,
based
like
on the
you can
level
do
of
things
your
like that.
your
If
character.
you want
Otherwise,
to,
that's going to
of
be
Well, it's a good
just
mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really
have a
accessible.
lower level character.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for
to
sure.
trade with.
But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this mean. So
Yeah.
despite Sentinel
They're
being
just
there,
a thing that you can randomly find in extra in maps to get more loot. and have
just
a
more
spicier
juicing. Yep.
gameplay. Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff,
It's
making
cool to see
the
the
campaign
Sentinel stuff
more
too.
interesting just with these random little encounters. You've
I
got
don't have any special
more
love with the
stuff
league,
just
but
appearing
it
in
is
maps
cool.
as well. So Wildwood and Sentinel as well.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like they're not on the Atlas tree right now. That doesn't mean
I guess
never
they give us a
will
bunch
be.
of juicing because they removed
but I
all
like
the
the fact that
quant
there's a
stuff.
handful of things that are just randomly spawning, and so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it takes
especially
anything away.
for things like that are effectively just, this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to magic find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
It's not whopping your play.
They can be stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more
I
impactful
feel
as
like
a
people
result.
are going to figure out how to
Otherwise,
force
they
those
have to match the
mechanics.
exact power of every other league on thing you can invest onto the Atlas tree.
Cool. So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that sort of stuff. When they take something hostage,
I think they're going to move our
is-
Admiral
just talking about,
Darnot to
this gameplay. What is that gameplay like?
From heist to this
Are you going
content.
into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you're...
It's always a boss fight.
Yep.
Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord. Your shipment will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot. Internal name by Pirate Boss.
Lots of dust.
They get named and I don't remember them all the time. And then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then the you pretty much just go, it'll notify you, and then you go back to the town, to King's March, and the NPC will just be like, here's a portal, go there, kill this person, or don't. If you don't want to. Like if you feel like you're going to fail, you shouldn't go and do it, right? And you can bring your party members, but you can only enter it once. Like once you die, you cannot re-enter. So one shot only.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a turn now, looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the
That might make it hard to
endgame
learn those bosses for
overhaul,
new
such as the
players.
removal of sextants and the massive scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that went, the endgame overhaul?
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get, looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like there are certainly some things that were imperfect, and we are making some measures to change that. But I do think overall the shakeup was pretty healthy. And then when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right? Yep. And that kind of it overshadows a lot of what's good about it, because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify, which wasn't mentioned there.
Oh, Back to Basics is gone. Okay.
Was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them not good, not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't, because of that, and because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. And so I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker, I like to push the boundaries and all that, you are going to have these things happen. It is
that would be
borderline
nice,
impossible
yes, if they
for
were
us
more
to test
frequent.
everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was really hard, just for the team as well, and like it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? Like it was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in. So there's definitely a mandate to QA now of like, okay, we need to really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like like what is the difficulty of what that results in. Like is it okay? Like is the
you also don't want your
difficulty
stuff,
versus
your people to
reward
get captured
correct
too
for
often.
what the players can do here, this kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have
Respond to
been
boss frequency.
like thinking more about before, and like it's something that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the it came out just sort of shows you that like there's just it was kind of nuts.
Yeah, you guys asked me an interesting question yesterday when I first came in. It was like, how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, that sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So, well, I guess
Oh,
we'll
'cause the
we'll
unique
talk about some
juicing.
of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there's there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques?
Yep.
And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And yeah, upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing
Mine's
or exploiting
Destiny?
anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these things?
I told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a
map.
in a single map, and I'm not talking I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this.
What?
And this is where a lot of those things, so for example, the Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether, but you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy.
Obviously, that's
and the
a
integrity
problem.
of the economy. And and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing
wouldn't be good
more
for
of
the
it this time
servers
to
either.
make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
Yeah, I
It's
didn't
not a bug,
either.
it's just the math
No,
of
it's just
rarity and
exactly.
It's not a
quantity.
bug,
There's technically
it's
legal
a
stuff, and,
unfortunate
there's always a question
feature.
with stuff like that, because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs, and yet there were certain cases, and that was really tough the last league, just because like we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters.
What?
that
3
would
Mage
be part
Bloods?
of this, and it was like, it had a list
ridiculous.
of modifiers that was the entire screen, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Sure,
we were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of
ridiculous.
essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like, a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150 all right? And you're like, that sounds excessive. And I'm like, well, it's like several hundred times less than what it was. But it's still
That sounds excessive. Yeah, no shit.
Items just everywhere. And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole res in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by 100 people who aren't, or a few people even who aren't even abusing
Horrendous
anything
spirits
or
were actually
exploiting
useful.
anything
Wow.
or doing anything illegitimate. Like, and the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this stuff absolutely rams the performance of the instances, right? Like, I don't know if people saw.
Yeah, that
in
would
those,
destroy the performance of the
meat
instances
sacks were
and the
dying, and
servers.
you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so anyway,
That's
a lot of
awful.
it it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average above average even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and
That's good.
I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your
Always sucks when
ridiculous
like a few
changes to
trying to counter a
the
few
endgame,
people
like,
destroys
it
like
feels
something
you've,
for the entire
really
player base.
opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%.
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again,
And
I
it's
go
obviously
back
causing
to
mixed
that.
stuff, but
Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE1, and the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks, and as a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state, and a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally, the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to I personally, and you could convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this. You might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like play it safe, do a small patch and give it there. And yeah, sure, it's safe. Less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like
I don't play Magic Find stuff either.
I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. So again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety, but like I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone, including myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. I think it's refreshing, I think, for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content. And we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have...
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Pyro.
It's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was actually not intended.
Yeah, an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of
Wait,
like
what?
an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone. There were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are not
That's
just
very
like an absolute
funny.
joke now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling, like the thing. Once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena? You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always possible with enough, build ruckus going on. But anyway, it wasn't right. Like, these things weren't right. So hopefully with back to basics removed and the changes to T17s, implicitly it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like, it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well, that should be a hell of a lot more viable this time. So I would expect a lot more players to be enjoying those, as opposed to because again, we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things. So then T17's being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. When you get to Uber Pinnacle,
really
it's alright for the number of builds to reduce drastically, because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or that's fine. But when we're just talking about like the top tier of maps, it's not okay to have it be so constrained there. So just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map. It's got like some specific reward modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again,
okay, I begrudgingly
adds
agree.
more ebbs and flows to the process, as opposed to it again just being like out go and run, and that can be quite where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s. I do like these things having an impact on your build, just not to either one, it should be avoidable and or not to the extent it was before. And again, investing into them, rolling them, like it's certainly not something I'd want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual... Like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and Go, and Alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like, why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Do you
that's
take
fair,
like some
I guess.
consideration to
There's
how
no
many
point having-
chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average viable for their build that they're doing?
We do, yes. So I mean, not in the context of a build here, but like, for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like, should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers?
Yep.
But then you just, the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's just going to massively increase the amount of chaos orbing someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like, if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, on average, it's going to take about 10, 20 rerolls to produce a map you want to run on this character.
But my hope is that some people at least look at it and go, okay, if I just change this,
hopefully that's 10 or 20 on the 17s and not on the 16s, because that would suck on the 16s.
So it's not always just like, I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to cause any friction to your character. But like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down a little bit or changing something or subbing something out, or it's good for those players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
you want the mods to matter, and I get that, and these certainly do matter, but how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, your energy shield is turned off?
Changing the types of monsters in the map, I find,
with
have no effect.
Things that are implicitly adding direct rewards
except for
beyond
Katava's Heralds.
certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw
like
this with the
Shaper
Shaper.
is a maze. Sort
Yeah,
of things.
and with the Shaper Touch modifier earlier this league before it was changed, all of a sudden and now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods
people
this league,
wanted
like I
Shaper
know the
Touch
barrels
before?
was one of them, where people were going for the barrels, and it's a couple of, we've removed a few of those, like, sync currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league, because we've removed those. But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like, okay, getting it as a surprise, as opposed to when it's kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there.
I would prefer not to have
I
to
actually do like the
invest a
fact
ton
that,
into maps
I
just
honestly-
to run them. and
I
then be
liked the
valuable.
days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze, and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was
I
I found
like
that quite
as well.
enjoyable.
But yeah, it was kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be. But
For sure.
yeah.
So yeah, we're not obviously going in that path
the
anymore.
maze?
But there's still a little bit of it there. The mods still
Oh,
matter.
like the maze map?
Reward mods can be bad, but it's good to also have them. There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense, yeah, I mean, some of them are probably... There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs.
I guess
are,
that's
like,
fair.
out
You
of
can just
control.
buy them, and it'll be easier to buy them now.
All of a sudden
I
the
find it
corpses
annoying to
exploding that
have
you can't
to
even see. Like we did
figure
all
out
of
a
this like color
setup
graphing
there.
improvements to
I'd
Dead Not
rather
Dead,
just
and then like missed
put a map in.
Revenants.
Good stuff. Yeah.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion, and like
Classic.
there's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most
Yay,
profitable
better.
things to farm?
I think yes. I mean, what is the argument for no?
I've just
You know,
seen
like,
discussion.
I don't
on
mean from
that
you, I just
topic
mean in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well,
Yeah, no,
should
Sextons,
T16s
I did
before
not
that, and you
particularly
could argue, well,
enjoy
like
that.
the T17s you have to trade.
I mean, I
for.
never engaged
And
with
that's
it,
the
which
real
is why
difference.
I didn't
is
enjoy
that
it.
if you
Like, I
want
just
to
did
run them
not find
permanently,
it.
you have to trade for them.
Or I
But
didn't engage
generally,
with it because
the
I did
economy
not
sorts
enjoy it.
itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance.
Yeah.
But then also, if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers, and you could argue that's better or worse, except I really like the idea of that, when you are just generally playing and not engaging with, the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything.
I mean, in some ways, T17s are are the map scarcity that the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of like you're not expected to necessarily, like if you're just playing without trade, to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily have, they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is like pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but like it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain, and you don't just end up with this flat boring grind at the very top end like that. Like it should be evoking difficulty, and it shouldn't just feel completely just it again, it gets further away from a game and more towards just a kind of AFKable / and I don't
They
mean
want you to
actually
not
AFKable, but,
just like turn off
something
your
where you're
brain
not really
completely.
investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the Veiled Chaos and the simplification of it as well? It feels like now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some like div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing
I'm
as much
spamming
of
Katarina.
engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I am not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing
I can abuse
want
Katarina
to
for longer.
divorce is, so I actually just want there to be, there is one safe house, and that... and so all four connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's like effectively Katarina isn't tied to the safe house. Like you can do your safe house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it. And the people still have their reward association, and then doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where it's like, screw all that. I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible. So I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so I want to
Yep.
divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because we have never been able to get that balance, and I don't even know if that's possible. You're always either going to want to like never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I want to divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other. Because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much, much better if we do that. And then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want. Or, and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever
like that
occur.
sometimes.
It hasn't been right, honestly, since we released it, to be honest.
all right.
Which is
Let's
why
let
I
him cook,
gave up
Let's let him
on
cook.
trying to get anything besides Katarina.
So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you were pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too, because I love a good, thick crafting league, and it certainly ended up very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic not that popular, I think, due to the friction of engaging with it, the corpses, managing all of that. But how do you feel about Necropolis?
God, it's such a pain.
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we
That's
kind of
true.
knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. In terms of getting like full T1 modded items, probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood it was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of like lots of
I strongly disagree. I believe they should have gone much farther.
And kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, I even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go
I
up
miss Farici.
correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things like for it.
The update was certainly very solid for it, making it a lot better.
Simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those like meta mods and some of the more crazy things are a little bit better.
For me, though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses.
Yes, exactly.
Corpses, right?
Sure.
You do not need as many. You should not have to require 60
ones
corpses.
would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot.
Exactly.
That's partly due to the Atlas tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye. They're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
Experiment. Done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that. Whatever.
Why?
The original intention of it was like, okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because it felt mandatory. And it often will when you have the league in every single area. And so, yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
It felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with gold.
Point of the Atlas passes is that you generally specialize in something because you want it to be in every area versus the league mechanic for the league, which is in every area by default.
Because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Yep. Well, yep, sure.
Oh, God, that was the worst.
We also obviously made a lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but still, it was like, I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it's just like, oh my God, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses. And I'm just like feeling more sad about it. It's not like, that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Just lessons
learned. I agree.
For sure.
It was a pain.
The All Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization.
The All Flames is
but
very fun. I like
optional,
that.
and that was definitely the concern we had going into it. And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can start playing, which PoE has a fair bit of. And
For sure. And again, we're again with the league being like, something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day, probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area.
I found it annoying at the start, but I got used
to try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And I mean, into the day leagues,
I need to make sure to use up all my embers
really
before the league ends.
Everyone, they're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like, we don't do it again.
I will say,
right?
I do appreciate them trying things,
even if they don't work. This is a lesson learned
work.
Every single league, right? There are always elements of leagues that don't work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat.
I'd rather they try new things, and we have some really cool stuff sometimes than it all be kind of okay.
Find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result of us, learning from all the stuff.
Yeah. Keep the experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire now so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes very soon here. So we had
30,000?
The much-awaited massive melee changes. What was the big thing that led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue?
Ultimately,
melee stuff.
Ultimately, the community. People wanted it.
Yay, they were listening.
What was the key change that you kind of needed, maybe to get figured out?
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a document of okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable, and effectively we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them, then you just sucked.
They ignored the community for a very long time, and now that they're just catching up.
Hit things is a more viable path. I think that's just really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was like, let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about maybe there's some way to make it so that you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something, but in the end it was just you know what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure let's just get rid of any of these barriers, and I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground, with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having. Don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary.
I'm just glad that they're
listening skills now. That are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6 link and every single other gem slot is empty. It should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree. Whereas a lot of what was happening before is. Something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find.
While we're doing this, I have been working on the volcanic fissure build. I'm playing Path right now, and I have crashed out of the game twice now. I just crashed out of the prison fight in Act 6, which means I have to go through the lower prison and the upper prison again to get to the boss fight arena, because it erased my portal.
It's in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game
broke
standards,
a lot of things. I don't know what happened, but stability
it's gone a little bit too far. And so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place. And of course, by having more, considering when you got this league, you're going to have runesmithing. You've got the obviously quality changes applies to unique. You've got the new modifiers on rare items. You've got we haven't buffed the life on every unique. We've buffed it on Kelms. That's it, right? So all uniques proportionally just got worse to rare items, quite intentionally, so that rare item, and it's not just hiding behind all these things you got to learn in wiki and do all
uniques
that.
aren't supposed to be better items. They're supposed to be things that
without having to have extreme specialized knowledge, especially when they lay this time around. And on top of that, bringing a lot of these hidden mechanics that were hard to figure out way more to the foreground, so they're just more obvious and you can figure them out. and also just, yes, hit things and they die, and not feel so like, okay, I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this, and now things get hit and die. But that is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently, and thus get more items and more power.
I mean, that's fair, but if they make them less common to drop, then it'll
the
be
intention
better.
is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all of these things, you're not just absolute garbage, you know?
Well,
And they can
playing
edit
devil's advocate a little bit,
uniques
the
and stuff. Like
new
there's a
banners,
lot of
is that
stuff they
kind
can
of
do.
just melee totems again?
We only know like
not in
5%
this-
of
okay,
what they're actually
not
doing
as
so
powerful
far. So.
implicitly. They are. It depends what you want to call it. You can look at the totems from a perspective of, yes, the busy work side of things, of I'm having to do this thing every so often, sure. But it's also not like, if you don't use them, it's not like you're bad, right? You can get damage from so many places. Only one of the banners is giving damage. It's giving a lot less damage. In order to make banners really good, you have to spec into a lot of them onto the tree. They are still kind of good. I do expect a lot of melee characters still to be using them, and I do like the idea.
They seem
that
good
there
at
is,
compensating for changes they make, so I hope they
skill
continue
involved
with that.
as to thinking, when should I use them?
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which is the biggest issue with them.
Unless you invest into them, in which case, so one of the passives that was shown is that banner effects linger for X seconds. They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effects for seconds, and then you can place it again. And sure, yeah, it might end up being like on
that's a fun
rotation.
idea.
It's being used for some
With
builds,
the,
and on others,
nodes.
they're being way more tactical with it, waiting, like doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing, they're not. Kind of want it to be. I feel like you have a lot more agency with banners.
Kalandra's Touch, Pyro.
The other thing, of course, being getting rid of, even like Berserk. We're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things that if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not, considered viable. And the one other thing we've done
they're
there,
getting rid of the
I know we said
Berserk
rapid
gem?
fire, but it is don't worry, it's part of the question.
Good stuff. People can wait.
We've made sure to take. We've got spreadsheets out the wazoo of like experience per hour testing. We've got like time testing. We've got like our one of the people probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, freaking winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class, for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute, he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. We've taken all of that data and gone and been like, all right, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top. Let's like find out where the thing should sit.
I now have to walk through
generally,
the
it's
lower
now
prison
meant
and
to
upper
be,
prison again.
If you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain, a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
On a better player, in a better player's hands.
Yes, and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
That's fascinating. Wow. So we've got like new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's, again, adding that very obvious way to keep getting upgrades throughout endgame. Honestly, given how long endgame takes and how much of an integral part of it is, like the amount of base types introduced there, like sure we had steel rings and two-tone boots, but they didn't really make a huge difference.
Yep.
So we're just adding more here. It is more clear. Like if you are struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try and get now to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are like, this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try and do it. Obviously just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage.
I like that.
Along with all the new defensive tools. But yes, primarily it is like, a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character. And of course for high-end players, it's a new thing to strive for, to push their character further than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is like get rid of unique items. That is just a happy side effect of, rare items mattering more once again.
All right. We'll wrap up pretty much there. We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well. whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors,
Ancestors,
probably not. Maybe for I don't know. You never know with these things. If you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now
fair
it
enough.
is. So you never know with these things, honestly. I'd say there's no...
I would say Trial
current
of the
plans,
Ancients
but
as well.
who knows? Things change every week around here.
It's funny to
This
hear
is a
other people
massive
also
Q&A.
making that.
I'm exhausted. It's awesome.
But
Let's go take a break while people
brain
read some patch
thing.
notes. And there'll be an FAQ
Brain
news
part.
post wrapping up some of the questions from this, but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there
Awesome.
and read some of those later. But thanks so much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
very much. Tonight.
Thank
Great to
you,
have you.
and good luck to everyone
Thanks,
reading those patch
Yeah,
notes.
good luck.
It'll take a while.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We considered
I don't
doing
wanna hear
audio
that.
versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I would have
That's
to
what
be reading
streamers
that.
are for.
Yeah,
Pick your favorite streamer. Remind them to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for now. I'm Ziggy.
Genuinely, I might have to
Thank
go
you.
for a dinner break and then come back to do the patch note reading because I think it's going to be like 2 hours of going over it. And I'm intending to go over it fairly quickly if possible. Okay. We going, if nothing else, turn off the stream before it decides to move us to some rando's channel. Oh no. Oh no. How long have I been muted for? Uh-oh. Hopefully not very long. When was the last time you heard me say something? Because I'm concerned now. I am extremely concerned. Really? Oh. Maybe I only did it for a second and then my brain just, like... Oh, okay. I don't know what just happened there. Yeah, because, like, the mute was on in OBS for a second. Not sure what... I don't know what just happened. Anyways. Yeah. To answer the question, no, I have not seen the forks yet. We will see, though, because apparently there is a 30,000 line patch note document to read. So, I am going to open that document for now, and I'm going to see about downloading just the full patch notes. Because that might be better for their website than to just be on their website. So generally it doesn't take much of anything to have someone on a website or anything, unless they use like live stuff on the website. Okay, forms, text, add, content update, on go 35. Their website is maybe a little dying. Oh dear God, this is... Oh dear God! I was going to... not print it. I was going to, like, make it into just a PDF so I could read it offline. It's 73 pages. There's 73 pages of patch notes. Oh shit. Okay. 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 Probably will be better to just read it on the actual site, but okay, here's what we are going to do. Yeah. When I actually do it, though, okay, well, here's what I want to do. I do want to go through the patch notes tonight. Just all together, gonna do it all at once. I'm going to skip over anything that I do not find interesting when we do this. So, if I pass something that you find interesting and you're sad, I am sorry. But I'm not going to go over the shit that I don't care about. That seems silly. Okay. Hey, on. Okay, so yeah, to do this, since we're going to need to sit down for at least an hour, probably 2 hours, to go through the patch notes, I'm going to go on dinner break now. So I will just leave y'all with music, and I'm going to go, like, make a Pop-Tart? No. Like a Hot Pocket or something, and, like, get some sort of dinner for me, so that I feel not awful, because otherwise I will get very hangry very quickly. And then I will be back with y'all. This is a good chance. Get up, stretch, do whatever thing that you like to do when you get up and move around. Hug a cat, hug a dog. Find a random person on the street and hug them with consent. Something in that vein. Okay, cool. So, we will... Oh, also remember the drops for the path. Because there should be path drops right now. I might not have gotten because I was streaming. Go to participating channel. Oh. I think I need to watch my own channel to get it. That's funny. That is a little bit funny. Okay, I will watch my own channel to get the drops. Okay. Okay, so I will be right back soon. Awesome, good. I will be right back soon, and we will do things and stuff together. Okay? Music. Music. Here we go. Hey again, everyone. Wait for a short while. Food is in the microwave, though. So we're going to look through the patch notes for a little bit of time, and then I'm going to actually get food and we can have dinner together. How's that sound? Hopefully good. Why are there more of you now when I was on break than there was while I was here? Just noticed that. That's weird. Overlay. Moving something? Huh? Y'all can't see anything yet, but that's okay. That's intended. You can... God damn it. OBS is such a mess sometimes. It's like Chrome? You don't have Chrome running. I have two separate windows of Chrome running. Every time I close a window and reopen a new one, it's like, nope, none are running. That's fair. Thank you all for bearing with the ad break as well. So it seems now with affiliates that they add pre-roll ads, so when you join the stream, you get ads. If I run ad breaks, it turns them off for, it said 21 minutes. So, I guess just whenever I'm not here, I'm going to run ad breaks, just so that y'all don't get pre-roll ads. But I'll try to do it when y'all aren't actually going to be here, like, while we were on break. Okay. Gonna move our agenda down, or move the progress on our agenda to patch notes. Cool. So this is the start of the patch notes for Settlers of Kalguur. This is a very, very large update, and this is going to be a full look over of this. If I see something that I am not interested in, I will skip it, like the console stuff. If you want to read the patch notes in full, you are welcome to do so. I will link them in the description of this video. Okay, so let's get into it. So, Settlers of Kalguur. The people from Expedition, the NPCs from Expedition, Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwen, are going to be coming back and building a town with you. A town called King's March. You'll be able to automate a bunch of different things within the town, build up your buildings, and have things, basically have little NPCs running around doing stuff for you. So, I believe it is meant to give you the sense of Settlers of Catan. You collect one resource or another, and you use that to trade with other civilizations nearby, is the idea. Send out chips with your goods, and they come back with actual equipment, gear, and currency that you like. So, they have added a few new things. New Strength Gem, Crushing Fist. Retaliate against a blocked hit by slamming a huge armored fist into the ground in front of you. So this works with the new retaliation skills. Retaliation skills are just counterattack skills that have been renamed, basically. They function the exact same way. There's one that when you get hit, it triggers. There's one when you block, it triggers. And I forget the last one. Vengeful Cry. Retaliate against a savage hit, so a hit that does 10% or more of your life and damage with a War Cry. Cool. User and nearby allies gain a buff which grants rage and prevents rage from being lost. Cool. New Strength Support Gem, Overexertion. Supports melee attack skills that can be exerted. It basically just adds extra damage to them. New Strength Dex Gem, Eviscerate. This is one of the retaliation skills. That's the one that specifically works when you block. It deals an arcing slash in 2 waves of force, and it only works with swords, axes, and a shield. There is Sword Storm, which only works when you're dual wielding, and it retaliates against a blocked hit, which is the same as, I believe, Riposte. I believe Eviscerate is the new version of Vengeance. There is a new Strength Dex Support Gem, Expert Retaliation, which supports these new retaliation skills, aka counterattack skills, and it just makes them trigger more often and last longer. We have a new strength/dex skill gem, Glacial Shield Swipe, which is another retaliation skill that you sweep your shield, and it unleashes a wave of ice in front of you. Okay. And we have a new strength dex gem, Rupture. This is the exact same thing as the passive from the Deadeye that has been removed. So basically, critical strikes which inflict bleeding, also inflict Rupture, which just makes them deal more damage. There is a new intelligent strength gem, Divine Retribution. And I'm going to pick some more chill music. There's a new strength and int gem, Divine Retribution. I read the word retaliate. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a serve of divine power, causing multiple waves of lightning blasts to expand outward from the target area. Okay, another retaliation skill. I assume they've deleted the counterattacks, because that's basically what they were. Add a new Arsenal of Vengeance passive to the tree. Damaging retaliation skills become usable every 6th hit from enemies instead. Oh, so every 6th time that you get hit versus versus whether it's on block or something like that. So that just basically changes the trigger for the keystone. That's interesting. They added a bunch of new armor base types, which are all above the current base type level that we're at. So basically, if the last ones were at level 64, we now have, let's say, level 70, level 75, level 80, level 85 base types now. So as you go into the later game, you will get base types for your armor that give you stronger rare gear than before. And also, the armors, scraps, and weapon... what are they called? Oh my gosh, whetstones. Will be giving you a different type of quality now. They will be giving you more defenses on armor and more damage on weapons. A new set of uniques have been added to the core drop pool. The Grata Signet, the Navalius Inheritance, the Hands of Frisia, and the Varuso's Ambition. So, 4 of the 5 uniques that were added in Necropolis are going to be added to the core drop pool. Pact of Parandus has been removed, but its functionality has been added in a different spot. There is now a gem that drops from the newly brought back King of the Mist that has basically the same function, I believe, as the Parandus Pact. So that has been moved over there. It's been combined with that which was taken, because that which was taken away. There will be other new uniques, divination cards, foil uniques, foil maps, etc. There is a new currency type. There's 5 new currency types for chisels. They can enhance currency found, divination cards found, item rarity, pack size, scarabs found, and also there's just still the basic one, which just affects just quantity in your maps. That which is Parandus, yeah. They've introduced Prismatic Oil, which adds a bunch of new anointment possibilities to the tree, which is good. As well as there are now the chance for double anointed items to exist in Blight-ravaged maps. Very cool. Okay. Added icons to monster health bars to display whether or not they are armored. I assume that will make it easier to tell whether physical damage or elemental damage or whatever is good against them. Creating a solo self-found character no longer requires you to have freed the Scion on your account. Add a slot for stacked decks in the currency stash tab. Thank you. They've added a bunch of improvements and surprises sprinkled throughout the campaign like they did last league, and they've changed other stuff. So, next section. They have removed melee totem scales. What does this mean? Have melee skills just in general become weaker now? No. So the idea is that they removed these because it was one extra thing that you had to click or set up, one extra set of gem slots that you had to take up, and they just rolled the power that was previously in the totems into all the melee skills, as if you had more or less most of that buff already on you at all times. So basically, they just simplified things. You did not lose anything. You just have one less things you need to work with. Okay. Dawnstrider has now been changed so that it no longer offers the ancestral totem buffs, as they no longer exist. And now it offers... Socketed Slam Gems are supported by level 25 Earthbreaker, and it offers Ancestral Bond. So you will be able to make your own melee slam skill totems now, if you want, and you'll also have Ancestral Bond from it, which means that you won't have to path all the way over there if you decide that you want to just be down more in like the duelist area or in the shadow area or whatever. Let's see what else. Panopticon Notable has been removed. While the Ironwood Notable has been moved to the second Notable in Shamanistic Fury Totem Cluster. Okay. To explain what that means, Panopticon originally gave an extra Ballista Totem, so that's been removed. And Ironwood also gives an extra Standard Totem, and it gives Totem Armor too. That's moved to Shamanistic Fury, which I believe is the node right beside Ancestral Bond. Not 100% sure. Ironwood's been changed to give different effects, it looks like. It now gives more totem life than before and totem physical damage reduction. The small passives around it give totem life and so on. Surveillance node, which I know has to do with totems near the duelist area, now has 3 small passives that add attack speed to your totems. And a few other things just wherever ancestral totems were have been removed. Banner rework. Banners no longer have a cost. They also are no longer permanent. Banners only work when they have been placed down. So what that means is that when you decide to equip a banner, you just put it down whenever you want to use the effects of it. So it's like a buff you turn on, and whenever you walk outside the area of that banner, if you, let's say, or you place it down to fight something and then you're running away because you've done whatever you want to do in that spot of the map, it picks itself up automatically. Goes back into your inventory. Or not into your inventory, back into, like, the skill, basically. Which means that you can just put it down whenever you want again. It makes it much easier. So, Bannerman, which is the, and Renowned Deeds, which were the clusters for Aura and banners near the duelist starting location, no longer have effective non-curse skills on enemies, which was mainly used for Pride, and grants additional attack damage to your allies from banners. It now grants banners linger on you, so after they've been picked up, you still have the effect. And banner skills have an increased duration, so the more time they're down. Renowned Deeds adds plus 30 to maximum Valor as well, which is basically banner stages is what Valor is now. There's a few other options. The banners, each banner has been changed in a notable way, and we will get a chance to look at that later. So it looks like there's 5 banner passives now, specifically, or banner masteries, because those didn't exist before. Gain 5 Valor when you Warcry, if able. So that's basically gain banner stages. Banners maim when there's anything in their area. Remove a random ailment on you when you consume 10 Valor to place a banner. Recover 3% of life per 5 Valor consumed to place a banner. So basically your banner stages. Banners also cause enemies to take 8% increased damage. Nice. Rage has been reworked as well. It used to be a maximum of 50, now it is a maximum of 30. It is best to not think of Rage as it used to be. The version of Rage that we had before is more or less gone. Just pretend that this Rage is a different type of Rage now. So, Rage now has a maximum of 30, and it only increases attack damage, this time giving more attack damage instead of increased attack damage, and has no effect on any other skills. If you have not been, you lose 10 rage every second if you've not been hit or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. Previously 1 rage every half a second. Rage now generates much more quickly. It has better cooldowns for just like generation, and like how often it can generate, and it has a bunch of new different effects. Where like there's a whole bunch of different synergies where like, oh, you can gain extra rage after spending a certain amount of mana, or rage grants cast speed instead of attack speed, like stuff like that. There's a lot of different things that have been changed with that. I'm not going to go over the details because otherwise this video will be too long, because it's a 30,000 line patch note thing, and it is 73 pages. Some of the rare base types on axes that would give you maximum rage now give you rage on hit, making it way more easier to cause it, because if you hit 6 things with 1 melee hit, you get 30 rage, which is your maximum. So maintaining rage at its max is way easier. So the fact that it drops off way quicker isn't really a problem, because it builds up just as quickly. Okay, we now have actual rage passives that are completely separate. Their own, or rage, I keep saying passives. We now have rage passive masteries of their own. Nearby enemies are intimidated while you have rage. That used to be under the two-handed masteries is now here. 25% increased max total life recovery per second from leech, while at maximum rage. That used to be under the life leech passives. War cries grant rage per 5 enemy power up to 5. Max rage and you lose rage slower. Movement speed per rage for 5 rage. And rage grants you increased stun threshold. Okay. Tinctures have been added back to the game. Yay! So tinctures, the thing that you would click on instead of a flask in your flask section thing, now have a set amount of time they're active for rather than just toggling them on, and their effects are more powerful to match that. So they are now more like active buffs that you hit. Let's say like if you have a utility flask that you hit that has like increased effect on it from an enkindling orb, it basically functions like that gameplay. Because tinctures have been added as a thing for a specific mastery. Let's see, which mastery was it? Or not mastery, which ascendancy was it? I'm pretty sure it's associated with a particular ascendancy now. Unless I'm wrong. Just so they've been added to the game. Okay, so I guess just tinctures are just part of the game now. So, you have 4 different options for tinctures? No, you have a few different options. I'm not going to go into what the different options are. You will find them. There are now tincture clusters. No clusters. On the passive tree. They do a variety of different things. Not going over it. There is now a set of tincture passive masteries. First of all, the first 6 stacks of mana burn applied have no effect as the first mastery. What mana burn is once you activate your tincture abilities, they don't have a duration to them. They have a set amount of mana that they use, and they apply something called mana burn, which basically consumes more mana as it stacks up per second, and basically when you run out of mana, your tincture turns off. So, as long as you can maintain your tincture via like going through the mana burn, which is a notable percentage of your mana, then you're fine. It's also like a very simple way to just bottom out your mana if you really wanted to do that for a particular reason. You can also gain more flash charges while there's more mana burn on you. So if you're using your tinctures instead of your flasks at a particular point, you use your flasks at a different point. This helps regenerate them. Flasks adjacent to tinctures have increased effect. Tinctures deactivate when you have 12 or more mana burn stacks rather than deactivating when you've just run out of mana. Whew. Take a breath. Yep, okay, so this is exactly what I thought it was for the retaliation skills. Counterattack skills like Reckoning, Riposte, and Vengeance have been removed. Exactly, because they sucked, and they were a cool concept, they really were, but they were underwhelming as hell. And now they have replaced them with Glacial Shield Swipe, Sword Storm, and Crushing Fist. All of which actually look like cool things, and make me want to make a build that is focused on just, like, running around and being hit, because that sounds kind of fun. Though the only issue with builds like that is that if you run into certain monsters like Necromancers, for example, they don't hit you. They just summon things to hit you. You can't actually kill those very easily, so that's kind of a problem, but whatever. They have now added, since counterattack skills as a concept have been removed, and they're now retaliation skills, they've added retaliation passives to the tree, as well as, for example, gaining rage on hit, or them lasting longer, or you being able to use them more. You can add duration to ailments inflicted by retaliation skills. Debilitate enemies, which means they do 10% less damage. Gain increased armor. 10% to use it when a different retaliation skill comes off cooldown. Reduced cost, etc. Now for the big endgame changes. Okay, so they have added a 6th map slot. The 5th map slot is added, the original 5th map slot, which was we had before, is added by a 10-boss Maven's Invitation encounter. And the new 6th map slot, which was previously, tier 17s added the new 6th map slot, or they added a new 5th, oh my god. Try this again. Maven's Invitations with 10 bosses, add a 5th map slot to your device. Non-Valdo, tier 17 map completion, adds a 6th slot to your map device. This means you basically can just use more shit with your maps. More scarabs, whatever, that type of stuff. You can now encounter the Wildwood from Affliction League, and it has basically the same effect as it used to. It spreads wisps everywhere, things get harder, and you gain more currency drops and stuff. Also, there is now the chance at the King of the Mist, as I mentioned earlier, with the Parandus Pact, which has been combined with that which was taken. And all the old that which was taken stuff is gone now. You now have a chance to find the Nameless Seer just in tier 16 and 17 maps. It is, rather than it just coming up through a particular scarab that is like highly sought after, this is just a thing where you get to open his inventory and he will give you any unique for free and then he disappears. Any unique in his inventory for free. And he has a random selection of uniques. Sometimes the uniques will be really valuable, like you could get a Mage Blood there. Or they could just be simple shit, like a Acton's Nightmare or a Hrimnir's Girdle or whatever. Or, wait, is that right? No, that's Bear's Girdle and Hrimnir's Sorrow, I'm thinking. The Nameless Seer can now scry a map as well. What that means is you can swap the divination card drops of one map to another, which you can also reverse with an Orb of Scouring. So if you want to target farm a particular set of divination cards, play a map that you like, you can do that. In the Map Atlas tree, if you want to find out where you get certain divination cards, you do not have to look up on the wiki anymore, which always sucked. Now you just hover over the map and it tells you which divination cards drop there. It also tells you which tiers of map the divination cards become unlocked on, which is important. A new fragment has been added, an audience with the king, which grants access to the King of the Mist boss fight. Cool. Just in addition to all the other different boss fragments we can get. In T16s and 17s, you can discover reflective mists from the Calandra League. Basically, you can just mirror... You can pick one of two different mirrored items. One has... They both have different inverted stats on them. Same as it was in that league. You can now find random sentinels on the ground from Sentinel League in 16s and 17s. You click them and activate them for that map, and they're gone. Scarabs, chisels, and horizon orbs now follow the same drop rules of maps and are consumed proportionally to endgame maps. So there will be a lot more, I imagine. They do not drop more with additional party members present, nor do they scale with the bonus to item quantity. Intention is to keep the number of these items dropping always proportionate to the number of maps dropping. Okay. So basically, they're making Horizons a bit more common for being able to change your maps, which is good. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content now drop maps. Oh, previously, most of the monsters were prevented from dropping maps, except for bosses or elite monsters. Oh! So it'll now be a bit easier to maintain map drops, basically. They've introduced the Scarab of Bisection, which now either nullifies prefixes or suffixes. Beyond Scarab of Invasion, which creates more Beyond portals. Okay, I don't care. Light Scarab, Delirium Scarab, Div Scarab, 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 Scarab. They've added a lot of Scarabs, is the answer. Scarabs, lots of Scarabs. Scarabs. Okay, so very interesting. The monsters in Tier 17 maps now have significantly less life and damage. So what happened here, if you were not here for the earlier part of the stream, is two different designers apparently added a very reasonable buff to the Tier 17 monsters, but because both of them did it separate of each other and they did not know what each other were doing, just accidentally they became overbuffed. So, Tier 17s have been brought more in line with what you would expect from going from like 15 to 16 to 16 to 17. They no longer feel like Tier 19 maps, supposedly. They can also be affected now with ball orbs and chisels. Oh my gosh, you can no longer get Union of Souls on non-Voldo Tier 17s. Thank gosh. That was always like an immediate reroll because they sucked. Okay. Change the rarity and quantity ratios. Double anointed maps drop in Blight Ravage maps. Monsters in Ultimatum encounters drop loot again. Hordes in Abyssal Depths now drop more items, which is good because they were not affected by item quantity before, so they never dropped anything. Divine Shrines are rare and have a 20-second duration, which is the Immunity Shrines. Puzzle boxes drop a lot more, but their drop rate of things that give stuff like Mage Bloods and other Chase Uniques has been reduced. So you will see more cool Voldo maps, but you will see less of the crazy Voldo maps by comparison. So you will effectively have the same amount of Voldo maps as before that have crazy stuff, but you will see more Voldo maps in general. So you'll get more variety. The map bosses have been shuffled as usual. The first 15 waves of the Simulacrum have been removed. All of the rewards you would have got from that before have been moved to later stuff. They've also made things such as voices more common from defeating bosses in the Simulacrum. Okay. And with that, we are going to take a quick pause at League Improvements. I'm going to go grab my food, and we can eat some dinner together. And then also kind of slowly go through this, because this is going to be kind of a thing happening, so give me a second. Hello again. Oh. Had to re-engage the avatar. Hi. Made lasagna for dinner. Usually I eat before I stream, but I kind of forgot that the reveal stream was today, so I only had like 45 minutes notice because my wonderful mod reminded me so that I didn't miss it. So I didn't actually have... I haven't actually eaten for like 7 hours. So this is important. Ah, lasagna. I love lasagna. Hope y'all are having some food too. Also, a reminder to everyone who is here, if you have a Amazon Prime subscription and you have a Twitch Prime subscription, and therefore you can give away 1 free sub a month. If you don't want to see ads on my channel anymore, feel free to subscribe with your Prime subscription. Unfortunately, I have to run ads, or it adds pre-roll ads automatically. So, yeah. I was actually intending to not run ads till I had, like, at least 15 people watching regularly. Just because it's not actually going to give me much of a benefit to run ads. Just because, like, it's by the number of people. But Twitch has made its own decision on that. No! Fuck! Oh, I just looked up at the patch notes while eating. Packed with Energy got nerfed. No! Now it has a duration. Rude. Well, still, I'm surprised that it didn't get nerfed before this point, so... Oh, thank you. Just a quick question. You're aware that you gifted a sub rather than subbing yourself, right? Just a quick question on that. But thank you so much. I appreciate you gifting a sub. That's very kind of you. It's also the first sub I've gotten, so thank you. Well, I'm sure Swift Beast is going to be very happy when they come back and they realize that they have a sub channel. So I'm sure you made someone's day. Even if it wasn't intentional. Thank you, Pyro! Oh! That started a hype train because 2 people... Oh! What is going on now? I'm so confused because I'm not used to all these effects. Wait, okay, hold on. I need to... I need to move something. Wait, where... My alert box is getting covered, unfortunately. Hold on. It was very nice of you, though, Pyro. Thank you both for subs. I appreciate it. I'm trying to move things around a bit. No, didn't work. Trying to get it to do what I'm telling it to do, and it's like, no. Okay, no, I need no, I need the... Stop! No. You... No. No! Bad overlay element. The pug is adding her disagreement as well with the overlay element. Ah, they're bad overlay elements, aren't they? Oh, big baby. Oh, come over here. Hi. Hi, baby. I have a pug on my lap. Okay, let's try this. See if I can make it work. Okay, so it's supposed to be 400 by 600. Is that right now? Kind of. Kind of. Oh. Please move to the spot you're supposed to be. There you go. Okay. Okay. Okay, that should be working now. There we go. Now the elements aren't covering each other up. Thank you to both you for subbing. I appreciate it very much. Okay. So, we are going to get back into things now. So, patch notes. League improvements. Just gonna go back over the Delirium again. First 15 waves of Simulacrum have been removed. Because of this, they have moved the rewards for them to the last 15 waves to just make them more rewarding. Voices, the cluster jewel, large cluster jewel, unique from Delirium, has also been made more available from bosses. Okay. Ritual. The itemized corpses that we saw in Affliction League now have been added to Ritual as rewards, so you can now pick them up and raise them again as specters. Thank gosh. We can get Turtle again. Yay! So apparently, the highest tier of ritual bases have also now been added as a drop to tier 16 and 17 maps. That means the gloves that will give you the block chance and the... Oh, well, I guess they're now stun threshold. So now the stun threshold gloves and the exerted attack gloves and the Archdemon crown, all of those now can drop. You have multiple things next to your name now, Ron. You have something for being a VIP, for being a 1-month subscriber, and for being the one who's gifted the most. Okay. So, the Archdemon crown that used to be able to apply elemental exposure now adds -1 to socketed support gems and +2 to socketed skill gems. Instead, the boots that used to add block and less damage from blocked stuff now are stun recovery and reduced stun threshold. The exerted attack gloves are now block more attack damage and you take 10% of blocked hits. See what else? The boots that reduce your movement speed and offered increased cooldown reduction and movement skills have been buffed to have more cooldown reduction. And a few other things. Oh, the mask that gave you extra fortification but made you crushed now gives you +4 to max chaos res, and also makes you crushed still. Okay, back to basics has been removed. Atlas passive tree changes. Unending Nightmare. Unending Nightmare has been changed. Delirium in your maps have double difficulty scaling with distance from the mirror. I don't remember what Unending Nightmare does. I think that's the one that makes it so that your delirium never ends. Packed with Energy, which is the Gana buff when you click on Sulfite nodes, now only lasts 60 seconds. Sad. I've been abusing that for multiple leagues now to make mapping just easier and faster. The Unrelenting Torment node no longer provides quant from possessed monsters, and now just makes tormented spirits who are less common spawn. See what else? Rarity. Pack size. Beyond Demons have more quant. Blight node change, Blight node change, Blight node change. Oh, all the Blight nodes changed. Monster increased item rarity and quantity. This is probably related to the fact that they have removed all item quantity bonuses on all items, which is mainly just things like Ventur's Gamble or Sadima's Touch and stuff like that. The way that quantity and rarity of items drop from extra content has been changed. Generally, we've added item quantity or rarity bonuses to a number of mechanics, such as Essence or Delirium. On top of that, we have added drops back to some leagues where it wasn't present before, like Ultimatum. So basically, when you're in the Ultimatum, things will actually drop during the Ultimatum rather than just only the loot from it. In general, the philosophy here is that you're killing monsters, you get loot. Fair. Essences were also pretty underperforming for giving loot, and so was the Delirium final encounter, which made like the final reward, which is generally the reason why you don't bother with that, and you just make the unending Delirium if you're going to run Delirium. They've also done some stuff to prevent people who were making 150 plus uniques drop per map, and other people who were doing crazy shit, basically rein them in at the top end as well. This won't affect anyone except for them. So, uniques will be a bit more stable this coming league, for price-wise. If you get a headhunter, you can be darn sure that you can sell it for the price of a headhunter and not for the price of half a coffee. Item quantity has been changed. So basically Magic Find has been changed. The idea is to remove the concept of Magic Find builds in general. So Bisco's Collar has been removed. The Ascetic unique is no longer available. Sedima's now offers rarity instead of quantity. Brandis Blazon now offers rarity instead of quantity. Bisco's Leash offers attributes instead of quantity, and so on and so forth. Basically, anything that had quantity on it is now gone. You also can no longer roll item rarity on jewels, or as implicit synthesized modifiers, which is good, because that sucks. Usually is kind of worthless. Okay. Player balance. Corpses spawned by Desecrate and Corpse Walk now have a flat 15% chance to match your Spectres, rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of Corpse Friday that can be picked up. These Spectre corpses are now usable for most purposes. Can only be used by minion skills such as Raise Spectre and Bone Offering. Or offering skills, I should say. Interesting. So, like, it'll highlight. Some of the corpses will drop as, like, the corpses that you have made your Spectres of, and it will highlight those, it sounds like. Also, it sounds like you can't blow them up. Also, itemized corpses, when you activate them, drop as spectral corpses, which is probably something you can't blow up, which is great. Their spawned corpses are not affected by map modifiers, so you can't just spawn your corpses in a good map and just call it good. Doesn't work that way. Also, endurance charges, in my opinion, have been buffed. They used to give elemental resistances in addition to physical damage reduction. They now give elemental damage reduction in addition to physical damage reduction. So even if you're at capped elemental resistances, they will still be extremely useful to you. That does mean, though, if you were trying to cap out your resistances with them, you now have to figure that out, but ultimately I think this is a change for the better. Ward has been changed. Now it is restored twice as fast, so every 2 seconds rather than 4, making ward builds actually more reasonable, because the way ward works is that you have a set amount of ward, and it takes a hit irregardless how much damage that hit is, and just nullifies it. And that's no longer a thing. Looks like they added more block chance if you're dual wielding inherently. Basic melee strike animations now are have more consistent swing speed. The first one used to be slower than the second one. Interesting. Minions are no longer targetable by enemies, while the player has the grace period buff. So basically, if you're standing in a map and you haven't like actually properly loaded in, they can't kill your minions. You no longer be stunned while performing a vol skill before the contact point has been reached. Okay, so they basically can't be stunned out of vol skills. You cannot be stunned while performing the spell animation of Vol Smite, and you cannot be stunned while performing Vol Breach either. Okay, well those are very short amounts of time anyways. Oh! Divine skill gem change now. Divine Blessing support has been removed, so we're not doing blessing skills anymore apparently. They've removed physical damage tags from a lot of different things, it looks like. Don't know why they removed them from, like, Shrapnel Ballista, Perforate, because I know those are mainly physical skills. I don't really get what the point of that was. They're trying to nerf something. What it is, I don't know. Okay. Frenzy has now been split into the base one uses bow and wand, and Frenzy of Onslaught uses melee or unarmed, rather than both using all of them. Puncture now requires a bow, while the Puncture of Shanking is dagger, claw, or sword. Okay, so it looks like they're splitting some things among the weapons. And elemental arrows fired by the Prismatic Blink or Mirror Arrow clones now correctly use damage conversion. Cool. Elemental arrows fired by Prismatic Blink, etc., etc., etc. I just realized how little of the patch notes we've actually gotten through, so I'm just going to kind of scroll a little bit. Absolution has been slightly nerfed. Ancestral Cry now gives elemental resistances instead of armor and melee range. Oh, it also gives maximum elemental resistances. Armageddon brand scaling got nerfed a little bit. Same for all of them. Artillery Ballista got buffed a little bit, mana-wise. Bane got a large buff to damage. Barrage got a mana nerf. Oh gosh, okay, so Berserk is still here, but it's been changed heavily. Oh yeah, Battle Mage's Cry no longer grants a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attacks to benefit from increased spell damage. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that boosts critical strike damage. Okay, so that actually means that Battle Mage's Cry will be a bit better, just in general, then. Berserk has been changed, so no longer does pretty much anything that it did before, from the looks of it. Provides increased rage effect at level 1, and it provides increased rage effect now, basically, and that's it. So, it's been nerfed a lot. And since rage is now only just % more attack damage, it's probably just like... it's just adding more to the multiplier, basically. Blade Flurry's damage got more than doubled. Blade Storm's damage got almost doubled. Blight's damage got increased a lot. Bone Nova from Ulnatol's Embrace got a 50% damage increase. Bone Shatter got a notable damage increase, too. Burning Arrow got almost 50% damage increase. Cold Arms has been renamed to Auto Exertion, and now reserves 15% mana per supported Warcry that causes Warcries to repeatedly trigger. Oh. So, mana reservation efficiency is going to be more important on Warcry builds. It also probably means that you can just add a lot of Warcries now. It also means that they don't affect other people. Because Warcries by default now affect other people. Holy shit! The damage on Chain Hook has been more than doubled, and it also gains Rage faster. So Chain Hook might actually do something now. It's still going to be underpowered, but it's going to be less underpowered. Charge Dash has doubled in power. Cleave has tripled in power. No, Cleave has quadrupled in power. Wow. Maybe I should do Cleave. Okay, it's quadrupled in power at base, and it's a little bit more than doubled in power at level 20. Interesting. Oh, Pyro, you're gonna be happy. If I remember correctly, you really like Cobra Lash. Cobra Lash has gotten a huge buff. Like a 50% damage increase. Cold Snap now starts weaker and grows stronger to the same amount. Same with the upper levels. Consecrated Path does more damage. Thank you! Oh my gosh, Consecrated Path had its damage doubled. That's really good, because I tried to make a Consecrated Path build a while ago, and its damage just sucked. I just couldn't do anything about that. But now it's a lot more. The same with the Consecrated Path of Endurance. Also got buffed, which scales basically based on endurance charges rather than just without. Crackling Lance now scales slower, but has the same damage. Dripping Frost scales slower. Cyclone now scales damage better, but it doesn't have as much inherent damage. Okay, Defiance has been gutted entirely. It doesn't have reservation, and you must gain Valor, aka Banner Stages, via combat, and then you consume all that Valor when you place the banner. The aura has no effect until you place the banner. The banner has a duration, and once that is up, it pops back into your skill. You gain more area effect and more aura effect for each Valor that you consume, so you can either take a very small amount of Valor and still activate the banner, or you can wait till it actually maxes out. And from the looks of it, it'll pump up your movement speed, your spell suppression, and it decreases the amount of damage you take from suppressed hits, too. Nice. Okay. Desecrate only scales up to level 80 for its corpses at level 20. So you probably need like a level 22 gem base or 21 gem to get level 18 or tier 16 monsters now. That is... honestly, I don't think that's a big deal. Okay. Oh Oh boy, it seems the determination nerf was real. The armor that it gives has been cut in half. Oh, wait, okay, hold on a second. So, we didn't understand why they did this to start with. Now we have context. It's because of all the new base types they added. All the new base types they added gave us a bunch of extra armor, or gave us a bunch of extra defenses, and so did all the new quality stuff from chisels as well. So, this, honestly, has made this a little bit better, so we don't necessarily need to run determination now to be an armor build. You might still be able to cap armor otherwise with really good gear. So, this does actually make it more reasonable to open up and pick stuff like offensive gems now. Or things like blood and sand and flesh and stone now. So, this might actually be like a pretty good thing that this change is happening. So, don't freak out too much that it's been nerfed, because it might ultimately be for the better. Okay, Dominating Blow has been doubled in damage. That's good, because it sucked. Doriani's Touch! Oh. Oh. Oh! Okay, Doriani's Touch went from 600% effective added damage to 1,000% effectiveness of added damage. I love Doriani's Touch so much. It's from the Doriani's Fist gloves. I did a build on that before, and it was a fucking amazing build. It was so cool, and it felt amazing to play. If it's been buffed by almost double, and I was, like, crushing tier 16s with it back then, and, like, Cirrus and Shaper and so on, it might be time. Might be time to bring it back, because, oh boy, that is really, really fucking exciting. Gotta keep moving, though. Okay. Double Strike has been, the damage has been tripled. Awesome. Double Strike sucked, so that's good to see. Dread Banner has been changed. It no longer has the physical tag. Gosh darn it. That means it can't be scaled as easily for the Corrupting Cry build that you're making, Pyro. That just killed a bunch of its scaling. You can't scale it with cooled iron points anymore. Oh well. So the effect of Dread Banner now, so it got gutted, all its old stats are gone. So it now gives you block chance and life recovery on block. So it's specifically focuses on just making block better. Yeah, no, this might have killed the build. It's hard to say. Because this is only skill gems, though. We haven't gotten to support gems. There's a chance that it might have been buffed, so let's figure that out. We'll see in a second. Or we'll see soon, eventually. Okay. Dual Strike has been buffed. Yay! Earthquake has been buffed. Yay! Earth Shatter has been doubled in power. Yay! Elemental Hit has what? Oh, Elemental Hit has a lot more damage. Yay! Enduring Cry has been changed. Oh no! I'm sorry, Pyro. The life regen is gone. So the life regen is gone. The resistances are gone. And the physical damage reduction are gone. Oh, it now gives a buff that gives percent life regen to you and other people. Oh, up to 10%. Up to 10% of life regenerated per second for the duration. That is theoretically more powerful. It is less flat scaling, but the call to arms change. Oh, fuck. With the call to arms change of that always being on, that means that you're just always gonna have a fuck ton of regeneration. That's really good. Oh, Enduring Cry also proliferates endurance charges to your allies. I'm confused. What did they... I mean, Call to Arms just added... sorry, Auto Exertion is what it's called. Okay, so War Cries reserve 15% of mana, can support multiple War Cries. War Cries have don't have any cooldown, don't share cooldowns, I mean. Have more cooldown reduction, dramatically more cooldown reduction. Oh. Now has supported War Cries do not grant buffs or charges to your allies. Okay, what's the point of this then? I don't understand. Why? What's the point in having that? What does what does Enduring Cry do if not that? Where did it go? Gosh, I have to find it again. Enduring Cry. So remove the buff. I'm confused. What's the point then? So hold on a second. Does that mean that it guts everything except for the exertion? Oh. Okay. Hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. So, this, I think, buffs... I think this buffs the Corrupting Cry build. Because, with the fact that it used to be a 17% reduced cooldown reduction, now goes up to 19% increased cooldown reduction. So basically, you just gained, what, 35% cooldown reduction? Basically, this is going to be better for Corrupting Cry to, like, pump out Corrupting Cry stuff. And also, with Enhance, it's going to be even more ridiculous, which will mean you can like actually pump out the Corrupted Blood stacks better now. So I think that might help. And that's without any cooldown reduction besides that. And there is more cooldown reduction you can get elsewhere too. So I don't want to call it dead yet. There might be some stuff we can do with it. Ensnaring Arrow no longer assists bleed builds. That's fair, but the problem that the Corrupting Cry build had, or at least the one that we were making together, was that it didn't have enough damage, but it had a ton of resistances, or like it had a ton of defenses. So I really think the problem was being able to pump it out charges fast enough. So I think, honestly, I do think that this is a good change. It does suck because it is a little bit of a nerf, but I think ultimately comes out as a buff. That's just my thoughts, though. For the sake of keeping this going, though, I'm just going to keep moving on things. Snaring Arrow no longer makes your enemies count as moving, because there's a bunch of other stuff for that for bleeding. Essence Drain has been buffed, from the looks of it. Yep, Essence Drain has been completely and totally buffed, so that's cool. Ethereal Knives has been... the scaling has been changed on Ethereal Knives, but they're the same. Explosive Arrow now costs less mana. Explosive Concoction now has notable more damage. Yeah, so Explosive Concoction is better now. Sanguinate. Sanguinate scales slower, but it's still the same. Fireball scales slower. Firestorm scales slower. Flame Dash scales slower. Okay. gonna skip the ones that just scale slower, because that's not like a notable change to the end game. Flesh and Stone has been changed, I believe, for the better. So they removed all of its previous functionality. So just pretend you don't remember any of that. Now it gives nearby enemies take 10% more physical damage from hits while in Blood Stance, and 10% less damage from nearby enemies in Sand Stance. This scales based on your proximity, giving you aura effect to that aura. So basically, if you're really, really close to something, it will be more effective. Oh, sorry, it's more physical damage with 20% more physical damage with hits, and 19% less damage from nearby enemies. So, in my opinion, that makes it a stronger skill, especially for when you're, like, running up to things. Oh, holy shit! Flicker Strike's damage has been doubled. That is quite something. So if you like your Flicker Strike build, you have double damage now. Go nuts. Also, the mana cost has been reduced. Frenzy has less mana cost. Frenzy of Onslaught has had its damage at the top end tripled. That's really nice. Frostblades now scales damage way better, but does not have added damage. Its added damage is more than doubled now, so if you like Frostblades, good time. Frostbomb! No notable change. Frostblink! No notable change. Frostbolt has been buffed with projectiles that have pierced and now deal 20% more damage instead of 20% increased cold damage. So if they hit something first, they're buffed. Frozen Legion, buffed. Frozen Legion of Rallying, buffed. Galvanic Arrow, buffed slightly. Oh my gosh, I have an angry pug. It would seem that she has opinions about things and does not like the Galvanic Arrow buffs. I think she's a Galvanic Arrow player. 1 second. Okay, back again. Let's see. Glacial Cascade has not been changed. Glacial Hammer has nearly had its damage tripled. Okay. Grace has been strongly nerfed, but again, the new base types add more defense, and so does the quality, so ultimately, the defense from Grace and Determination have just been shifted to the actual rare items instead. Ground Slam has been buffed a lot. Hatred now does not add more cold damage, it only adds physical damage as extra cold damage, but it's way stronger. Heavy Strike has been way buffed. Herald of Ash has been no longer grants spells fire damage, and now grants 15% of your physical damage as extra fire damage. Or sorry, 20% of your physical damage is extra fire damage. So it is stronger at the upper level for that, but is no longer useful for spells. So there's that. Ice Crash has been heavily buffed. Ice Shot has been slightly buffed. Icicle Burst from Maria's Arvice, the mace, has been buffed. Infernal Blow has been doubled in power. Infernal Cry, now here's the scary part. No longer covers an ash. Damn it! I needed that. The user and nearby allies gain a buff that grant a portion of their physical The user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants a portion of their physical damage as extra fire damage. That is awesome. That will probably help me a lot, actually. Potentially even more than Cover in Ash would, and I can get Cover in Ash from other things. Mana cost has been cut in half. That's really nice. Combust damage has been increased too. Ooh. That's nice. I think for Infernal Cry, for builds that are specifically about using a melee skill, so you have physical damage and then you convert it to fire, this is a notable buff. If you were using Infernal Cry for, let's say, a spell build, or for just anything that doesn't have a physical amount of damage on it that gets converted, then I don't think Infernal Cry is going to help you very much anymore. Okay, Intimidating Cry no longer lowers the effective enemy physical damage reduction against your hits, and it now grants movement speed. Oh, 3% movement speed per 5 power, up to 30 power. So it grants 18% movement speed? Okay, so I think it still does like the double damage stuff, but instead of giving physical damage reduction, it just gives you movement speed now. So if you want to run around all crazy like, Intimidating Cry is for you. Let's see. Ooh, okay, so the increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage from this skill. That used to be something you had to get on unique items, and it's now in the Kinetic Blast, itself. Which means that you will get buffs from spell damage as well, and that will be easier to scale Kinetic Blast. Kinetic Bolt's also been buffed. Lacerate's been buffed. Though it has, the physical tag has been removed from Lacerate and Lancing Steel, so they'll have to be scaled differently than before. Leap Slam now does more damage. I don't see the value in that, but okay. It also takes less mana. Lightning Arrow does a little bit more damage. Lightning Spire Trap does not change. Lightning Strike has been buffed. Okay, Lightning Tendrils. Nope, nope. Molten Burst from Namhu's Flame Unique Axe had its damage effectiveness a bunch added to it. Molten Burst has been buffed. That is a skill, like an extra skill that I kind of want to use with stuff, so that's kind of cool. Molten Shell is now requires a higher level to use at level 1, but also gives more than double the armor before, so I assume that's also to compensate for the Determination debuff. Molten Strike does more damage. They did not affect Penance Brand in any way, so apparently that's staying as it is. Perforate. Perforate's damage has been dramatically increased. Pestilent Strikes. Damage has been dramatically increased. Poisonous Concoction has been notably buffed. Yep. Power Siphon has been buffed a lot, and now spell damage affects its attack damage. That's really good to see. Puncture's been buffed a little bit. Purifying Flame has not changed. Oh, Purifying Flame of Revelation's been nerfed. That sucks. Rage Vortex, which no one ever uses for any reason, has been slightly buffed. Oh my gosh. Okay, the Rage Storm from Rage Vortex now deals 10% more damage per rage. That means it'll do 300% more damage. Just generic more damage at maximum rage. So, that is interesting. That might make it... I think Rage Vortex might make it to white maps now. Math. Rallying Cry has been nerfed slightly, so it can give you added damage up to 18% instead of 20%. Reap has been more... Or Reeve has been more than doubled in damage. Reap has not changed. Notably. Scourge Arrow has been buffed. Seismic Cry. Okay, I was not using Seismic Cry before because it sucked. Let's see what changes happened. No longer makes it easier to stun enemies. It now gives you and allies a buff that increases your armor and stun threshold. Oh, the buff grants 5% more armor per power and 15% increased stun threshold per 5 power. Up to 25 power. Ooh, exert attacks now have 50% more AoE instead of 30% increased AoE. Now exert 6 attacks instead of 4. And... oh, the duration of it has decreased. Ouch. I hope y'all can't really hear much dog stuff. Shattering Steel has been buffed. Shrapnel Ballista has been buffed. Shield Charge has been... buffed. Okay, for a second I thought it was nerfed. No. Shield Charge has been buffed. As well as it scales better, too. Ooh, Shield Crush has been buffed a lot, too. Ooh, I'd love to play Shield Crush. That's always seemed kind of fun. And now it scales so much better, too. That's an idea. Okay. Okay. Smite's damage has been doubled. I fucking love Smite, and I did a Smite Raider a couple leagues ago, and it was really, really effective. So, that might come back. We'll see. That is a big deal. Split arrow or splitting steel has been buffed. Split arrow has been buffed. Static strike has been buffed. Thunder's been more than doubled in damage. Sweep has more than doubled in damage. Tectonic Slam has more than doubled in damage. Toxic Rain takes less mana. Doesn't really matter. Unearth's corpses have been nerfed, so they now are less effective. So for people who are using volcanic or volatile dead or unearth, your builds have been nerfed. Sorry. Venom Gyre. Oh. Venom Gyre uses slightly more mana and nothing else. I don't know why they did that, because Venom Gyre could certainly use a buff. Vigilant Strike has been buffed. Viper Strike has been dramatically buffed. Let's see what else. Volcanic Fissure! My gem! The base Volcanic Fissure has been doubled in power. And the Volcanic Fissure of Snaking has been doubled in power! Yay! Okay, so the Volcanic Fissure build, which is like sitting at like 800,000 DPS in PoB, is probably closer to 2 million right now, including the quality changes and like the added damage from Herald of Ash and the added damage from this and all of that. So that's exciting. Oh, Vortex has been heavily nerfed. Vulnerability has been buffed. It now gives chance to aggravate bleed. So, act as if it had Entangling Arrow from before. War Banner has been completely gutted. Okay, so War Banner now grants increased accuracy rating and 4% more physical damage reduction at base levels. Warlord's Mark now grants more rage when you curse people, or when there's cursed people are stunned. That seems useless to me. Whirling Blades damage has been doubled. Wild Strike has been buffed. Wild Strike of Extremes has been buffed. Okay. Holy shit, we're finally through just the active skill balance now. Okay. Vol skill balance. Vol Blight has been nerfed. Okay. I'm gonna skip to the ones I care about, because I'll be honest, there's a long fucking set of patch notes. Let's see. Oh, Vol Flicker Strike has been buffed with Flicker Strike, so that's cool. Your Flicker Strike builds are now a thing! Yay! Vol Molten Strike... Vol Molten Shell has been buffed, and so is Vol Molten Strike. Vol Power Siphon has been dramatically buffed. With normal Power Siphon... Vol Venom Gyre has been buffed. Vol Volcanic Fissure has been dramatically buffed. Yes, awesome. Okay. Ooh, we're now at the support gem changes. Okay, chance to bleed support. And now support minions. That is good, because Bleed Reaper needs more support. Ooh. No longer deals added damage with weapons, and it's now more damage with bleed, which is much nicer. Decay is a little bit more powerful, though I don't think anyone's going to use it anyways. Earthbreaker, which is now only offered by Dawnstrider, now offers way more damage to your melee totems. Oh, increased duration support has been renamed to more duration support, and now gives more skill duration instead of increased skill duration. That's probably a huge buff. I'm not sure. It might just be the same thing. Ultimately, no, I think that's a huge buff. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's a huge buff. Infused channeling has been changed a lot. Yeah, I think that's way better. Okay. Infused channeling no longer gives infusion or any of infusion's effects. Now it's just, while channeling, take 8% less damage, deal 20% more damage, or 29% more damage. And then quality adds, take 10% or 2% less damage. So, it's basically just they removed the whole infusion buff bullshit, and it is now just a straight up, just better gem. Inspiration now causes less mana cost instead of reduced. That is a huge buff. Prismatic Burst, not changed. The Rage Gem has been reworked a lot. You now gain 3 Rage on attack hit. So I assume that's per thing you hit. And you gain 10% increased attack speed, 19% increased attack speed when you have at least 10 rage. Shockwave has been buffed a little bit. Trauma has been nerfed. Trauma's been nerfed. Urgent Orders no longer adds cooldown. It now has a cost and reservation multiplier of 200% instead of 130%. Basically, it makes Warcries faster, but doesn't affect the cooldown. Okay, that's all the gem changes now. Hi, Han. Oh, I'm sorry that your work's been shitty today. I hope tomorrow's better. If you work tomorrow. What day is this? Thursday. Yeah. I hope tomorrow's better. Okay, Berserker. That was all based on rage stuff before. Now, every point of rage adds attack speed. Inherent rage loss starts 2 seconds later. And gain more rage on hit. So, that is going to be... That is a little bit more powerful, I think. Rite of Ruin no longer provides rage effects are tripled. And now gives you 50% increased rage effect. Warbringer, which was the sacrifice rage for Warcries thing, is now Warcries exert twice as many attacks. Okay, cool. Chieftain. Toa Force Strength has been removed. Wait. So like the thing that does the extra slam has been removed entirely? Yes, it has been. Okay. Well, I guess I'm never going to get to know what that does. Okay. Well, I guess that just means that I'm going to have one more ascendancy point to use on one more thing. So, that's not too bad. Orongi Moon's presence has been replaced with Sion Sun's Roar Ascendancy Scale, where Warcries have infinite power. Oh! And 30% increased Warcry buff effect. That's from that shield. I forget the name of the shield. It's from, I forget the name of the shield, but it's from a shield. It also gives more Warcry duration. Okay, so that was the totem one. Has been changed to a Warcry one, basically. Okay, and Tukohama War's Herald, which is the one that gives you Ancestral Cry and Fist of War, support your whatever's in your body armor, is now being supported by the Warcry one. So that's honestly going to be the exact same thing for me, because I'm going to take both of them anyways. Okay. Juggernaut has been changed. Oh no. Unrelenting has been, the Chaos Res and the reduced elemental damage scaling at max endurance charges has been removed. Now it is a flat 1% additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge. So that actually means that you will have elemental damage more often, reduce elemental damage more often, and you can scale it even higher than 8%. That's nice. Unbreakable, which is 8% of armor applies to fire, cold, and lightning damage, now is 15% of armor applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Okay, that's nice. Chaos protection's good. I don't know how big a difference that is, because it's only 15%, but it's something. Champion's been changed. Okay. Which, Unstoppable Hero, which is like all Fortify effects, has been changed. Now it's just nearby allies count as having fortification equal to yours. So basically, if you're deciding to be like a champion or a bot, basically, you can do that. And then Fortitude Ascendancy, which previously gave you 20 fortification, now just gives you 15. Actually, no, it says you have 15, which means that it probably can't be increased past 15. Which is weird. The Banner Ascendancy from Champion is now you recover 30% of the banner stages, aka Valor, when you leave the banner area and the banner gets picked up. And yeah. Okay. So basically you could just use your banners more often. I don't know if that's totally worth it, but Gladiator has been changed heavily. War of Attrition. You deal more damage for each second that you've been in the presence of a unique enemy, up to a maximum of 100%. German Survivor. You gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. So if the shield's value is like 13%, you now get 50. That's pretty nice. The inherent bonuses from dual wielding are doubled. Nice. More than skill ascendancy, which causes your chance to block, attack, or spell damage to be lucky if you've blocked recently. Requires determined survivor. Okay. Measured retaliation now buffs retaliation scales. Gratuitous violence, which is the explosion one, is just explosion now. It removed the more physical damage over time. Jagged technique. Bleeding that you inflict is aggravated, so it's basically the same effect as if you had ensnaring arrow on it, basically. Weapons Master, you gain different bonuses depending on the weapon that you have, or if you have Venestraza, you can get all of them. Yay! Deadeye. Rupture has been replaced with Avidity. This now gives you frenzy charges, bonus frenzy charges, more accuracy with frenzy charges, and you gain frenzy charges while moving, which is awesome. So you don't need frenzy charge generation for that. You just need to be moving. Gathering Winds for increased Tailwind effect has been nerfed. Wind Ward, which gives reduced damage based on Gale Force, which is the Tailwind effect, has been buffed. Far Shot now just does what it says it does instead of giving you the notable, or the Keystone passive, I mean. Raider has been removed and has been replaced with Warden, which has a bunch of effects from the Afflictions Warden Secondary Ascendancy. This now is where we will be able to get things, such as the Penance Mark, which is the mark where if you hit something, then it will pop out other like small monsters that you can kill that are aggressive to you. Basically, it was really, really useful for Arakali's Fang or anything else that required you to kill have on-kill effects. I won't go over this too much. There is a whole section of stuff that is all about buffing your elemental ailments, as well as, like, this awesome Unbound avatar form, which seems kind of cool. Kind of like if you turned on, where is it? It's kind of like if you activated Convergence manually. Convergence from the, Elementalist tree. Enduring Suffering gives you tincture bonuses. Experienced Herbalist lets you have more than one tincture. Seasoned Hunter lets your tinctures affect your ranged weapons instead of just your melee ones. You get access to Bark Skin. Yay. Take less damage, and then there's a bonus that just prevent more spell damage for bark below maximum, lose bark when hit by an enemy spell, take reduced damage from spells per bark, more spell suppression, etc., etc. So Bark Skin's basically been buffed, and now it's actually a part of Warden. Ascendant. What has really changed for Ascendant? Oh, Ascendant. Chieftain now has increased Warcry buff effect rather than totem stuff. Ascendant with Deadeye now gain a frenzy charge every 3 seconds while moving. Okay. Gladiator Ascendancy for Ascendant has been nerfed if you liked the enemy physical damage reduction ignoring. And now it just gives more physical damage over time. Blind on hit, max chance to block, and block attack damage. It also applies Aggravation. Oh wow, it gives a large chunk of the Ascendancy, basically, if you pick Gladiator. And actually, that kind of looks like that would be worth picking. It might be worth it to pick Ascendancy for, like, that Corrupting Cry build, because of the more physical damage over time, for example. Cool. Change the Raider stuff on Ascendant as well. Now your attack damage penetrates its elemental resistances, and you can have an additional tincture. That's cool. Okay. Passive tree state changes. There are more anointments that can exist. That is cool. The notable that gave +3 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. Okay. Volpact has been buffed. Impaler has been buffed. Versatile Combatant has been buffed. Warlord's Call has been buffed. Perfect Agony has changed. I think it's still about the same. Lots and lots and lots and lots of passive tree changes. What is relevant to my stuff? More Warcry buff effect. That'll be useful to me. Duelist, Templar. More total power counted for Warcries. That's good. Tons of new mastery types, because we have got Rage Masteries and Retaliation Masteries and Tincture Masteries. So all of those things are now exist. The life passive that gave plus 50 life has been nerfed. And so has the, using some of your mana cost as life has also been nerfed too. Kinda sad. Oh, and so has the armor that... armor also applies to chaos damage taken has been removed for curse effect. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, it's just gonna be harder to do conversion stuff, basically. More buff effect, more cooldown, more Warcry buff effect. Few more new nodes, lots of new nodes. Looking for nodes I actually recognize the name of. Okay. And we're done with that section. Oh, unique item changes! Yay! Okay, the Adorned has been nerfed. It now gives 0 to 100% increased effective jewel sockets rather than 50 to 150. So, it's going to be less viable, but still very valuable. Dancing Dervish, unique sword, has been buffed. You now can use your weapon slots. So you can weapon swap while it's manifested, you just can't use the Dancing Dervish sword itself. That makes Dancing Dervish way more valuable. Defiance of Destiny has been nerfed. Elixir of the Unbroken Circle has way more duration. Eternal Damnation now cannot gain endurance charges and cannot gain power charges. I don't actually know what Eternal Damnation does. Hands of the Fervent now causes hits to have a 35 to 50% chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction, while you have Sacrificial Zeal. Plum's Heart has had its fire damage increased fire damage removed and is now 1,000 max life instead of 500. Anything that related to counterattacks has been changed to retaliation skills. Bard of Innocence no longer has vengeance on it. Orloff's Resolve, which used to have 70% reduced ward during effect, now is 85% less ward. Or a 70% less to 85% less, so Orloff's Resolve is even more painful to use now. Perfidy, which used to allow you to have 2 banners, no longer exists. None of its functions that it had before are there anymore. It now just has having a place banner does not prevent you gaining Valor, which doesn't sound very good by comparison to the old method, which had a lot of awesome things on it. So that's kind of sad. Replica Innsbury Edge has been nerfed. Redwald's Command as each rage grants double the damage over time multiplier for bleed as before. That's nice. The Surrender no longer gives Reckoning, and now grants Crushing Fist instead. Taste of Hate no longer has physical damage taken as cold, it now has fire damage and lightning damage taken as cold instead, and it's an increased modifier. Reckless Defense, which used to provide increased attack block and spell block, has been buffed slightly in its range, and it's no longer corrupted. Cool. Oh, if it's not corrupted. Okay, so it's still corrupted. Item quality has been reworked. Yay, we already talked about this. Weapons get more damage instead of increased damage, and armor gets more defenses instead of increased defenses, so they're better. The quality just in general is better. Non-gem items that generate with a random quality can generate up to 30% quality instead of 20%, so that's really good. The max random quality from tainted armor scraps And Tainted with Blacksmith's Whetstones is now 20. No longer going all the way up to 29. The bestiary craft that corrupts equipment to have 30% quality now does it to maps instead. They're trying to cut out all the options to give everything that gives 30% quality on equipment. They're now cutting down to 20 because they know it's too dangerous. No! 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 The Apex Cleaver! The thing that I was trying to use for the Volcanic Fissure build, where it has, like, plus to maximum quality. They removed the plus to maximum quality. Now its hits with this weapon ignore physical damage reduction, which is honestly really good, but it's still not what I was looking for, so that sucks, because that's just fucking gone now. Okay, well, there's still lots of buffs for the Volcanic Fissure build, so it's still gonna be good, but they gutted that axe, so I'm gonna have to find a new axe for it. Okay. Master Command now gives Banner, Aura Effect, and AoE. That's fair. Iron Breaker used to be really good. And now it gives 50% chance to ignore physical damage reduction. And deals increased physical damage rather than increased physical damage and 10% overwhelm. So that's potentially better, like a lot better now. That's good. Yeah, a lot of these are cluster duel things, so we're not going to go over them since most people do not care. Oh, perfect fossils no longer give extra quality. They are now opulent fossils, and they give more drop modifiers and no tangleless modifiers. I don't even know what the hell that means. Basically, they're gutting everything that can increase quality past 20%, is what it looks like. Max res of different elemental types can be rolled on regular jewels. Physical damage taken as an element or chaos on most rare gear is gone now, including the corruption implicits. Essence of Horror now gives you 10% reduced extra damage from critical strikes on body armor per endurance charge. So, actually, Essence of Horror can now make your body armor give you crit immunity if you have 10 endurance charges, rather than it being a conversion thing now. That's actually pretty cool. The Purity Aura buffs on Watcher's Eyes have been changed. New Eldritch Implicits have been added. Gravicius now unveils Banner Aura effect. Pharrell now unveils Warcry buff effect. There's now Glove Implicits to aggravate bleed. Iron Flask has been nerfed. Attack block and spell block have been made more accessible, so you get more of that in general. Looks like they're moving away from chance to overwhelming physical damage reduction, a certain amount, to just a chance to ignore physical damage reduction entirely. That's interesting. So basically you can stack up just chance to ignore it, and that, I guess, helps you. Attack speed on wands has been increased. Crit chance on wands has been increased. And on claws, and on knives. Which is basically all of this.
Never did I think I would see the day.
Okay, yeah, we don't need all of that.
The towers crumble. The earth, it trembles. Everything we know.
Okay. Just more block chance on stabs. Okay, cool. Divination cards. Rebirth and renewal. More is never enough. The Long Watch. The Friendship. All of those have been re-enabled, and give Horned Scarabs, Veiled Scarabs, the Fourth Vow, and All's Uprising, respectively. So All's Uprising will be more common now. Sabodi's Wisdom, which used to give mortal hope, has been disabled. Interesting. Yeah, Fourth Vow is pretty good, so, because that's the your armor affects your chaos, or like, it affects chaos damage as well as physical damage. So that's really good. Having more of that will be good, so it'll be easier to get a 6-link of that in general.
What you once knew, now never was.
Okay, Ruthless specific changes, I don't care. Monster balance. Essences now grant toughness instead of life to the monsters they're affecting. What? Grants a small amount of item rarity, item quantity to monsters for each essence affecting them.
For it is time to grow from our old
oh my god. The higher toughness a monster has, the less damage it takes.
only the strong.
Okay, so basically, essence monsters have less health but take less damage and also have more quant.
The new.
Tormented spirits give quant to things they touch. Pinnacle bosses, Shaper Guardians, and Elder Guardians can now be slowed even more by freeze. Meteors that are being spawned by T17 map modifiers and other things now are better telegraphed. That's good. The rare monster mod that overwhelms physical damage reduction now applies crushed instead. That is good because there's more counterplay against that, because you can have a debuff duration effect decreased on you. Or increased on you, potentially. So having crushed be added by them is actually... There's actually counterplay to that. Changes to the costs of map crafting. Okay, that's fine. Okay, here's some big changes. Quest reward changes. So, bandits have been changed now. You used to get 2 passive skill points for killing all 3 bandits. One of those passive skill points you now get from a different quest. So you only get 1 passive skill point for killing all 3 bandits. Or, instead you can get reworked effects. So if you pick Illyria instead of a passive point, you can get permanent 15% to all elemental resistances. If you pick Kraton instead of a passive point, you get 8% increased movement speed. And if you pick Oak instead of a passive point, you get plus 40 to max life. Generally, I would say a passive point is worth more than pretty much any of these. Just pretty much completely. If you are doing a build that like needs to pump health, like and really scales it like super hard, then Oak might be worth it. As plus 40 to max life is actually pretty hard to get, like for flat life, because that's plus 40 before modifiers. If you've like plus 200%, like 200% increased life or something on your passive tree, that's 80 life. Or no, sorry, 200% increased would be 120 life in that case. So that's actually a pretty big chunk. And so that's a change to your base life. So if you're looking for a build that needs a lot of extra life, Oak might actually be worth it. Okay, and through Sacred Grove, which did not give a passive point, now gives the passive point from the Bandit quests. Okay, they give a lot of things to people to do the gems in different places. Yes, 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 whatever. Act and Pinnacle bosses now have static life bars. Absolutely. It'll be a level 99 problem, mostly for the life stacker. You mean that for life stackers it would be bad or good to go for Oak? 'Cause I was figuring it'd be good for them. because like it's just another source of life that they otherwise couldn't necessarily have accessed, and it's a pretty strong one too since it's flat life. Active pinnacle bosses have static life bars. Waypoints activate when you go near them. Reservation effects such as heralds and auras persist through death. Harvesting counters you start with 1 click rather than 2. Pickup range has been increased. And Scarab Vendor recipe now returns surplus scarabs when you vendor 4 or more scarabs, rather than just eating them. Okay. Okay. So sorry, Pyro. Is helping Oak worse or better for life stackers? Oh, yeah, that's fair. I feel like though the 40 life is worth the extra point for life stackers, honestly. But I mean, it's up to you to think about it. I don't know, because like that is, I mean, if you're just pumping life nodes into your tree, this could be worth a lot of life. So I don't know. 40 flat life is a lot. Yeah, but remember that Adorned Jewels have a 50% reduced cap now. They're up to 150. So it would not be fighting as hard. Since basically it'd be fighting against 1/3 less health increase. Just a thought. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving so that we can actually finish the stream eventually. Okay, bugs. The Hand of Freesia bug, where you're able to apply auras to yourself with with bonus effect because of generosity, doesn't work anymore. Eyes of the Great Wolf and String of Servitude weren't working correctly, and now they are. Body Swap of Sacrifice now targets your minions correctly again. Flame Blast of Celerity works better. Frostblink totems stopped working near walls, and now they do. Impale effect has not been applying to Call of Steel, but now it does, so Call of Steel will now do more damage. Fixed a bug where Delve Darkness damage was not being dealt at very deep depths. Thanks, Steve! Oh my gosh, it's for shit-stained Steve! That's amazing! Because who the fuck else are they gonna get to test depth 30,000? That's amazing. Imagine getting like a fucking call-out in the patch notes, that's awesome. Also, I noticed they spelled Delve wrong. Devil. Which is honestly so fucking fair, because with how long these patch notes are, I imagine whoever had to write them, probably a bunch of people had to write them, this was hell. So, honestly, the fact that they did so well is amazing to me. Okay. Oh yeah, no, totally. My brain is frying, Han. I'm trying desperately to finish this, and there's still. Oh, we're almost done. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's a 73-page patch note, so it's something. Okay, we're almost done. Fixed a bug where completing Valor maps could be affected by item conversion modifiers. Thank you! It kept eating my Acton's nightmares and turning them into random shit! I didn't appreciate that. It's like, oh, hey, you want to turn your fucking random, you want to turn your cool foil map into, like a, divination scarab? Sure, here you go. That's 1 divine, please, for the map. Oh, fuck, it was awful. Ancestral Call support was supporting triggered skills when it's not supposed to. Lesser Shrines are easier to interact with now. Ancestral or Astral Projector and a few other different uniques were always allocated to the map maker. Odd. Fixed a bug where you could only throw the black flag into the beacon from certain angles. I think I've actually dealt with that in Act 9. 9? 6? 6, I think. Sometimes the Ashen Woods Bat Boss would spawn in unreachable locations. Tier 17 maps could roll multiple players have less AoE modifiers. Oh no. Finally we can eat the flag, yeah. Fixed a bug where NPCs would still trade with you even if all of their items offered didn't fit in the trade window. It's funny. Updated modifiers could be attained on heist brooches. Delve and heist chests could contain veiled scarabs. Riptide monsters could pull things they shouldn't, such as the ultimatum altar. Monsters could just, like, drag your ultimatum altar away from you. That's funny. Itemized temples could have rooms that don't function. Players have increased action speed for each time they've used a skill recently. Did not respect other sources of set action speed. So that's been fixed. Heidi was not firing projectiles from her for ball lightning, because she's supposed to have ball lightning, apparently. NPCs now turn to face you when you start a dialogue. Concentrated effect was scaling blink and mirror arrow stuff when it wasn't supposed to. Stormbind was missing the arcane gem tag, and it could be supported by Archmage, and now it can't. So Stormbind has been... yeah. Anything else? And we fixed the client crash. We hope you enjoy Path of Exile's Settlers of Catan. Thank you for your support. And thank you for listening to my patch notes. I appreciate you all very much. Oh. To those on YouTube, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe if you like these patch notes, and you will get some more videos soon. As for those on Twitch, and for people who are watching the VOD, thank you so much for coming to the Path of Exile League launch reveal stream, as well as being here for my first stream as an affiliate. This will be going up on the VOD channel tomorrow, as well as the VOD from Tuesday, which did not go up on the VOD channel because I forgot. Yeah. I should also have a highlight up tomorrow. Probably of this entire patch note list. So, yeah, that's going to be a thing, I guess. I'm going to clip that out and see how that goes. I'll be back again on Tuesday, Thursday, next Tuesday specifically, at 2:30 p.m. PST, 5:30 p.m. EST. Thank you all so much for coming. Like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, talk and chat. Hug your parents, if they're nice. I don't know. Pet a dog. You know. Well, I guess I will see all of you in the Atlas. %7 increased life breaks even at plus 40 life. There is no small passives that give you plus 7% increased life, so that would suggest to me that the plus 40 is better. Thank you for doing the math, though. I really appreciate it. And now, seriously, though, I've been going over 5 hours. I have to stop the stream. Love you all. Bye!